Hi everyone! Hello, 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 and hi, and hello, and welcome to the stream. It's lovely to have you all here. How is everyone doing today? How has your week been? How is it going? What's up with you? Have you done anything cool, anything based lately? Remember, taking care of the people around you, taking care of yourself even, can be good for the world and a good thing to do. So let me know. Is anything troubling you, my sweet chatters? And of course my VOD commenters, but we'll get to you all in a second. Hello and welcome to the stream, Valerie Valkyrie, Link Retro, welcome to the stream, lovely to have you here. Princess Beck Knight 666, welcome to the stream. Saphomet, Wintry Mute, Gaius Potato, Ro the Fair Thing Lion, Morrigan the Fae, welcome to the stream. Beanie Gaby, who else? I'm seeing a lot of Ezra Klein emotes in the chat here from Middle-earth Marxist. Middle-earth Marxist, welcome to the stream. Ninny161, welcome to the stream. Lovely to have you here, of course, as always. Volpix989, welcome to the stream. So lovely to have you in. Who else is here? Widow of Oz, welcome to the stream. And Widow of Oz says, my boyfriend made me mac and cheese. So it sounds like it's going pretty good, to be honest. Valerie the Lovely Italian, welcome to the stream. Lovely to have you here. So, okay, the chat has been workshopping the optimal pun, apparently, in my absence. Morrigan the Faces. Okay, Sophie, I think I got it. Episode 4, A New Woke. Episode 5, The Chudpire Strikes Back. Episode 5, Return of the... That must be episode 6. Episode 6, Return of the SJ... We can work... SJD? S-Jedi. It kind of fell down. I think this one's going to need some more working on. However, listen everyone, I'm in a great mood, despite being ill, despite the horrible situation with my landlords, which I'll get into in a second, because it's a good reminder that I need financial support. I really do. I am in a good mood because woke may be back. And that's why there's question marks all over the title of today's stream, because this is a question we are interrogating. Is woke back? Are we experiencing a secondary woke? Are we experiencing what some are calling a woke 2? Possibly. Is it going to instead become a dark woke? This is something people have theorized. Many people are saying this. So, there's a lot to consider. And we're going to be looking at, broadly, some wins this week. Wins in the discourse, wins in factual, in reality, in material reality. Some complicated stuff too. We're going to be looking at the surge of woke. Joe says woke is hot, woke is in. I want some woke. Woke, it's going to be. Exactly. So it's very exciting. There's nothing quite as funny as, my goodness, the woke Greens to go over this week. It's not the absolutely triumphal victory of Hannah Spencer in Gorton and Denton, but woke is making some big strides, and it seems like everywhere we look, there's more woke. So, even in the things that are going to cover that are problems in the woke project, it's only because so many people are showing up and getting involved with woke that it's possible for there to be a tremendous fucking shitstorm in your party. So how is everyone doing? I hope you're also in a good mood. I'm excited to see you all. We're going to look at, I think, just one comment I wanted to get to. Oh no, there's a... That's one little jokey one I wanted to say too. Beanie Gaby says, I'm still riding that my goodness high. Absolutely, my goodness. The woke Greens. Well, you've lost to the Greens. That's quite something special, really. Unfortunately, there's going to be some coughing on this stream. I tried to hold off on it as long as I could past the start of the stream, but this is how it's going to be. Willow Treason, welcome to the stream, and Starlight Reverie, also welcome to the stream. I see you've Middle Earth Marxist's message is now pinned, thanks to Joe. It says, looking very cute and woke, Miss Streamer. I always look woke because I'm a transgender woman. I can't not be woke. I have an instant buff to woke, and it allows me certain abilities. Like, for example, in community organizing, if people are getting into an argument and I step in to say, no politics here, please, move along, they know which side I'm on. So they can see which side of the argument is being magnanimous there and saying, hey, let's just cool it for the interests of the community. I'm going to try and mute, I think, when I cough, because I can't just be like this the whole way through the stream. I don't think I've talked as much all week as I do when I stream, so that's going to be interesting. Although last night I did teach woke school. So there's another example, actually, of woke being everywhere. Maybe we should get into a little bit some of the wokeness that's in the air. But first, that's how I enter the swimming pool. But first, we're going to look at some comments from the VOD chatters. And speaking of VOD, the VOD audience, my beloved VOD commenters. Oh my goodness, hang on. This is a big message. Ro the Fair Thing Lion says, I've got a month left till titty-dectomy and financing was just confirmed, so wee! That's really exciting. Congratulations, Ro. That's really, really exciting. I hope you're pumped. And I hope you're not feeling scared about it. I know big surgeries can be a scary time. Where was I? Right. If people don't know, my landlord is a big multi-million pound mega landlord nightmare company, and they are trying to evict the entire estate I live on. They're trying to like bump people's rents, they're trying to get people out, they've served a ton of eviction notices to people. It's a fucking nightmare. Here, and this, to be clear, is like one of the lower end attempts they're making, they've tried to raise the rent by £250 a month. I really need financial support. I guess I'm not going to pick over the entire ins and outs of like how long I'm going to be here and what moves I'm making and whatever, but I'm going to say like we are trying to organize to stop this, but even organizing to stop this might involve legal fees. So it's very important when I say that we need support. Oh, I just realized I haven't updated the goal, so now is an opportune time to do that. There we go. The new goal should be on 483. There we go. 483. There it is. So, chatters, if you enjoy the stream, please consider paying for the stream. You can subscribe or cheer or donate directly using command tip. This helps me the most here on Twitch because it's money that goes all to me. None of it is Bezos bucks that Twitch and therefore Amazon gets a cut of. But speaking of Amazon, if you have a Prime account that's linked to your Twitch account, please remember that you can give me a Prime subscription, which doesn't cost you anything extra but gives me real money, so that's worth considering. But if we get to 483 by the end of the stream, we'll add an extra bonus stream on. There's going to be a bonus stream tomorrow where I'm going to be gaming. And that is because chat has hit the goal pretty reliably across the last few streams, actually. We've got quite a few bonus streams stacked up. We've got this one today, and I'm skipping stream next week because I have lovely visitors coming to visit. And then I've got 3 bonus streams to do in May. So, like, you know, it's going very well. Well done, chat, as Joe says. Well done, chat. Pog, in fact, that's correct. And the goal for today is £483. Ashley12, thank you so much for cheering. 200 bits. I really appreciate that. So if you find yourself enjoying the stream, if you're into the discussion we're having, if it's a good time for you, even if you're just jubilant that woke has returned somehow, then please consider paying for the stream, ideally by donating using command TIP, that's !TIP in chat. VOD watchers, hello and hi. VOD watchers, you've also just heard about my financial situation, so I'm here to say if you aren't already supporting the Sophie from Mars Patreon, please check out the link down below and support me there. VOD commenters, the only way at the moment I want your support is increasing support on my Patreon, because that's my, you know, my regular monthly core income. So please do that. Please help me out. It's an ongoing situation, and it's not like other expenses are disappearing. Like in trying to make Resident Evil work for the stream tomorrow, I've realized that my graphics card is quite old, right? Like there are other things that continue to be real expenses as well. Okay, I'm gonna go into some VOD comments, but before I do, I'm gonna start to clue you in about what's going on here when I say that woke is back. That there is a big surge in woke going on, and what we need to talk about this week in the Liberal Slop stream. So, before we look at VOD comments, this is just a little teaser item. This is not, I mean, it's the BBC, so it's very much slop. The BBC sucks so much. Hey Zelda, thank you so much for donating £10 with the message, not caught up on all the VODs, but very glad to be here once again. Wishing luck to you and your neighbours. Thank you so much, Hey Zelda. I really, really appreciate that. As Weirdo of Oz says here in chat, donating is literally woke, so everyone should bear that in mind. Okay. So this caught my eye, but among many other things, and this is what we're discussing, okay? This caught my eye as a particularly delicious win for woke here. All right. Greens win by-election to replace jailed councillor. Okay, so what's happened here? Well, oh, my camera's moved a little bit. Morrigan the Fae, thank you so much for donating £20 with the message, lesbians. Great dono, great message, just a great time. So Greens win by-election to replace jailed councillor. What's happened here is that in Kent, and if anyone here is from the UK, they already understand why this is a big deal, but in Kent, there was a borough that had a councillor who was from Reform, who is going to jail, and has been replaced by this incredibly woke man. Just incredibly woke. Look at him. Look at his mustache. Okay? Not only is he a green, but not only is he a green... Hang on a sec. I should move this across, I think. Now that's far too far across. No, I can adjust it. Oh, perfect. Yates, that's the guy who's won. Yates 39 is an offshore wind farmer. He's a wind farmer. He's the perfect, like, incarnation of a woke guy from Kent. He definitely drinks frothy lattes, right? He definitely drinks fancy coffees and eats avocado on toast where it's environmentally responsible. And he's a wind farmer, okay? My goodness! The woke Greens. Well, sir, you're going to prison. Yes, Daniel Taylor, the previous councillor, it's rather horrible. He was abusing his wife, and he's been sentenced to a year in prison, and so there had to be this by-election, and Rob Yates has won, and he's here standing next to Zach Polanski, hype-mogging him. Grandpa Simpson, welcome to the chat. Lovely to have you here. The wind harvest is bountiful this year. Absolutely. The pocket of big wind has sailed this man all the way into an elected office. So, you know, watch out for those wind farmers. I just think it's perfect. Like, pardon me, sorry. I just think it's perfect, like, again, for the kind of guy who would beat out reform in Kent in particular. Like, the people who would have voted in reform in the first place would be people who are thinking, like, well, they're probably going to cut taxes and they're going to do stuff that's good for, like, small business owners and shit. And then you have this guy, he's a farmer, but he farms wind. Like, the wokest kind of farming you could be doing. So, where are we reading from? So, this was on Thursday, and he got nearly 39% of the vote, which is a very good result. Kent County Council's Green Group leader Mark Hood said the result was seismic for Kent and for the country. Reform lost this seat in less than a year. After less than a year due to their dismal record of failure, chaos, and managed decline running Kent County Council, he said. The defeat is a major embarrassment for Nigel Farage. I mean, to be fair, it's worth saying, I guess, that, like, when people, I'm sure some people, and I'm sure this is especially true in Kent, feel like they're taking a bit of a calculated risk going for reform, because they're like, these are fundamentally fascist, money pervert scumbags. That's the brand. Like, that is just the brand, right? So you're going, will they make me rich in a way that I don't mind them fucking over everyone else, right? That's reform. That's reform, basically, right? And then if they come in and they're just incompetent losers, then you have to turn somewhere else, don't you? And I'm not saying that there's a big, like, crossover reform to green voter demographic. I'm not expecting that at all. Vodrella, welcome to the stream. Lovely to have you in. Woke Reloaded. Absolutely. Woke Reloaded. I'm not saying there's a big reform to green crossover, right? Like, these are pretty, like, diametrically opposed ideological groups, but people who would not come out to stop reform necessarily might come out to vote for green, or, you know, there's a swing in the population that is still representative of some people, like, core experiences of this stuff. And if this guy is going to jail for being an abuser, like, obviously that will have some amount of effect on the votes that the same party can get. But I do think it's also true that like, people will just be disappointed with the gamble that they took to try to, like, change things in the way they were hoping, and they get something completely shit in every way instead, including just not being their counselor anymore because he's going to prison. So, my goodness, that's one thing. That's one woke thing. I'm going to get to the main thing after this next comment, but this next comment is about Greens and local councils, so it's very fitting. If people remember last week, we talked about an article, or we read through an article that was saying, from the New Statesman, that was saying, will the Greens be able to avoid austerity? Will they be able to avoid cutting local services if they are in councils, despite their pledge not to make cuts to public services? And this comment caught my eye. On the Austerity in Councils article, it's not a wholly unreasonable concern. There have been a number of councils declare bankruptcy in recent years simply as a result of the max revenue they were allowed to generate being less than the minimum needed to pay for their legal obligations. Tom Nicholas has a great video on this. The plan to push through illegal budgets, though, is very interesting, and something I've missed. It will be interesting to see how that goes. With regards to the pushing activists' things alongside electoral action, that's actually how the Green Party has operated for a long time, even when the Liberal faction was in charge. I joined the Green Party in 2017, and even back then, the idea of liberation groups, which focused on direct action for specific issues and oppressed groups, in parallel to the electoral action, were already a very normal thing with established infrastructure. There's a long history of animosity with the police, especially after it was found that a large number of Green Party members were on a police terror watch list. Very cool. Specifically because of their involvement with the direct action parts of the party. Now the socialist faction have taken the lead. Doing something akin to vanguardism really isn't out of the question, though it probably will need to be more subtle in our time than that of the past, owing to the abundance of surveillance. So I thought this was a great comment, right? Being massive Kim Stanley Robinson stan girly, and being, like, so blorbo-minded that I entirely interpret politics through the lens of my favorite science fiction series. It's all very cringe in here. Woke 2 is truly back. I love thinking about the reds and the greens from Red Mars. If you want the full lowdown on the series, I made a video about this. You should go watch it. But in Red Mars, there are these factions. There's the Reds, who are straightforwardly the Reds, like what you'd expect from Earth politics right now. They are the Bogdanovists in particular, after this guy called Arkady Bogdanov on the ship with them. But they are effectively a sort of Marxist-Leninist like style radical socialist faction. And they're very cool. And they're doing all sorts of shit in space with robots and lasers. And it rocks. Morrigan says, your videos are so great. Thank you so much. I am very particularly proud of the Mars Trilogy one because, like, I think having looked through so much of the fan art and stuff of people engaging with it for the project, and having made a bunch of stuff in Kerbal Space Program for the video, I think I might have produced the closest thing to an adaptation of the Mars Trilogy that currently exists, and I'm very excited about that. I love those books so much, and it's a very pretty video. So there's the Reds, and they're the old school, crusty, dry Marxists, but they're galvanized by being like quite hardline and willing to do some extreme combat with the state. And then there's the Greens, who are the woke Greens. They worship the soil and they love all the things that grow, and their politics are quite like the politics of the green movement in real life. And increasingly across Red Mars, they do a ton of terrorism to sabotage machinery that is part of ecological processes that they disagree with. So do the Reds. To be clear, the Reds and the Bogdanovists aren't strictly the same thing, but just like I'm flattening a little bit. But again, you should go watch the video to understand properly. I think of your party and the Greens right now as being like the Red/Bogdanovists and the Greens, because I love thinking about it. I love thinking about it this way, and also I think it's just like bears fruit a little bit. Like, I think that KSR has highlighted some of the dynamics of politics that are kind of just playing out across our time broadly. I have to, like, very unfortunately hand it to, of all people, the Daily Mail here for their book review that said, like, it was the like absolute peak of pardon me, the absolute peak of futurology, right? I think that it does play out a very like pleasing roadmap of future politics and revolution that, like, go watch the video. Just go watch I say all this stuff in the video. You can just go watch the video. Princess Beck Knight 666 says, Jeremy Corbyn equals Arkady Bogdanov in this metaphor? Well, kind of, and this is part of the problem. I think that we're waiting for something much better in terms of, like, pure socialist politics, or pure, like, revolutionary Marxist politics. And I was very hopeful for there to be something like that coming out of your party. And this week has seen them completely eat shit in, like, some of the worst possible ways. Because, like, something I think that's quite absent from the incredible galvanism of, like, this, like, classically cult of personality-ish group that the Bogdanovists are, in the way that, like, Marxist factions tend to be, like, named after a guy and led by the guy for a while, and then, you know, if things work out really perfectly for them, there's some kind of heroic martyrdom, and then they can be named after the guy forever. That's, like, these are the dreams of Marxists. And they don't do just a fucking ton of infighting, and tragically, that is what's happened with your party. They've done something really fucking stupid that we're gonna get to in a little bit. But I think that the big wave with Greens is very telling. We're gonna read something in the New Statesman in a minute as well, which is about the general mood in politics. But across the pond, I also have a couple of things to look at with Ezra Klein. People probably know what the Ezra Klein article that I'm going to read is. If anyone here knows what Ezra Klein has published this week. They know what I'm going to talk about already. But I think this is a big part of my like woke is back feeling that's going on right now. I think that a lot of people have noticed that, you know, woke won, it didn't succeed. Clearly, it didn't get there. There was a big moment with like Trump being reelected where people were declaring it as woke is dead, which seemed at the time to me very like frustrating, because it was just like, well, there are just tons of people who believe in like woke beliefs. See above, like, I'm a transgender woman, I just have to kind of exist in a woke existence. I am painfully cringe and woke all of my life. Gerodimus Prime says, revolution? Here in America, I would just like universal healthcare and some more trains, please. Clean drinking water, that sort of thing. How would you have that if you don't have a revolution at this point? Like, you have kleptocratic fascists in charge who are just like folding up the country, shaking out all of the loose pennies, scooping them up and going home. Like, their plan is to just like completely skim the entire like surplus of the economy, leaving nothing behind, and then just piss off, hoping that they don't get tried for all of their many crimes against humanity. I'm sure Trump hopes that he just dies in office. So I'm like, I'm not sure clean drinking water and trains and universal healthcare are possible in America without it. But maybe that was the joke, you know. I might have missed sarcasm here. It has been known to happen before. Princess Backknight says, of course, in Red Mars, there's a lot of cross-pollination ideas, a lot of Bogdanovist ideas get absorbed into the green/Viriditas cultural milieu, possibly relevant in terms of how the Greens IRL are taking increasingly woke positions. Yeah, absolutely. I think this is the thing, like, the continuum in those books between the Greens, the Bogdanovists, and the pure Reds. I haven't on this stream really gotten into what the Reds are properly, but go watch the video. Please watch the video. Like, the continuum, it really describes the space of leftist thought really well, those three positions in the books. And like, I would say that there is the activist and organizer left, which your party was perfectly positioned to like take that as their core base of power, right? Like, win a ton of London seats, get a bunch of seats in other places around the country where there's pockets of that stuff, and have this very sort of Bogdanovist red existence. And they've just really fucked it. They've just really fucked it really bad. And so now, like, in terms of electoral representation, it is going to be the Greens. But to be fair, in the books, they also talk about when they get around to electoral representation and how different sides of that space approach issues of electoral representation. Vodrella says, then wonder why nobody buys anything with the no money they have left. Yeah. No, but I think this is like, I'm not sure. Like, I think that the American ruling class, I think the like MAGA project in all its manifestations across the world, I think they're all doing this like just rip the copper wiring out of the walls and run strategy. And I've been saying this since the start. Like, I am very much on record of this on Red Planet, if you watch back. And I don't think they care for the economy to function after that. Like, they had a strong pitch from the Silicon Valley guys as for how they could like morph American society into some sort of like elegant techno dystopia where like everyone is slaves kept in check by Palantir. And that was an observably full of shit proposal that was never going to work. But they're more than happy to just do it with like police batons and tasers instead, I think. Bolt 6 says, I don't think Trump plans for more than next weekend. Har, har, har. The fascist is so dumb. Har, 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 har. I just, like, what's the use of this kind of... I see this kind of thing all the time. I'm just like, I don't think the guy is smart. But, like... I don't actually think that, like, he does shockingly dumb stuff all the time. And also, like, of course he has plans. Like, of course he has plans. Like, he's observably very changeable. But, like, he's not, you know, like... I don't agree with this. I think this is just, like, the kind of thing that people say because it's, like, a bit, like, witty and flippant and insulting to Trump, and I don't think it's good analysis. Sorry, I'm sorry if I'm being mean about this. Geronimus Prime says, fair question. I guess it depends on what one means by revolution. Sad thing is these very basic things I listed are seen as revolutionary over here. Okay, so what I mean by revolution, this is useful. This is always useful to redefine when we have an opportunity. What I mean by revolution is a fundamental change in social relations, sometimes involving violence in the process to get there. Okay. There have been across history many fundamental changes in social relations. Sometimes they have been revolutionary attitudes spreading through a population and without any kind of big confrontation. Society has deeply changed. Sometimes there have been technological revolutions, the invention of something new or the widespread use of something relatively new in technological terms makes the way society functions deeply change. And sometimes people organize politically and seize power in society and forcibly change the way that society works, sometimes in the direction that leftist revolutionaries would call counter-revolutionary or reactionary. They change the way that society functions, the way people interact with each other, the way people interact with the means of production, the way people interact with nature, all sorts of things. They change it towards a more fascistic model of things, or more authoritarian, more autocratic, more oligarchic, all sorts of things like this. And sometimes people organize politically and they seize power and they change things to be more democratic, more left-wing, more free, better for people's quality of life. 1 second, sorry. That's what I mean. That's what I mean by a revolution. And I think we live in revolutionary times. I think that across the 20th century, there was a big explosion of organized socialist power in the world in the form of the USSR, China, Vietnam, various East Asian countries, Cuba, of course, African countries, South American countries. There was the Communist International. And then, crucially, there was World War II, which I think kind of formed what I've been describing recently as this like conglomerate imperialism. All of the wealthiest nations together formed something relatively stable to protect capital and give capital this sort of ultimate space to like fight against its enemy, organized socialist society. I think the Cold War was this struggle to repress the revolution that is naturally coming, which is away from capitalism and away from the almost like late stage syphilitic horrors of living inside of the decaying social organism of imperialist capitalism. And then with America reigning supreme in the empire of capital at the end of the 20th century, we have this Pax Americana that I certainly was born into. I know a lot of other people who were born around the same time as me who were born into this thing, and we were born into this this ridiculous illusion, like completely ridiculous illusion in terms of history, in terms of people understanding the broader world, and it's very specific. It's very limited, and it's rapidly crumbling all around us right now. The reason that we live now in revolutionary times is at once incredibly complicated, in my opinion. Like there are just, you could list factors forever, right? The internet, different liberation movements in the world, economic and socioeconomic forces, the ascendancy of China, which is like that is a consciously geopolitically revolutionary project. Mismanagement and collapse of America and more broadly the West. Owen Jones's new book actually talks about this. I've been meaning to read it. It looks very exciting. You could seriously spend most of your life trying to examine many factors, and at the same time you can say it somewhat simply, in my opinion. You can say that people have begun, in a way that cannot be turned back, to dream of freedom. To dream of a new freedom that they can really feel. It's really present for people. And this can't be repressed. You can cut the flowers, but you cannot stop the spring. The spring of nations, the spring of democracies, right, was a period in history where people overthrew the divine rule of kings in a series of revolutions across Europe and across, more broadly the world. And there were countries that held back against it, and for example, Tsarist Russia held back against broad democracy for so long that the overflow against the rule of kings turned instead into the first and largest communist country in the world, the USSR. Colonialism fought back against a move towards democracy, and instead of moving into liberal democracy, China and a bunch of African countries moved again forward to socialism. There were issues, and the powerful capitalist nations that had the level of freedom of having, a liberal democracy, as well as the power and will to destroy people's peace and freedom that capitalists have, worked together to dismantle the communist project the best that they possibly could. But I think that now people are so far past sick of capitalism, plus the encroaching environmental crisis, puts an obvious urgency to everything, that now, there is only socialism, and everything else, barbarism, this socialism or barbarism is very literal at this point, and the barbarism has to sell itself through a scam. It must misinform, it must deceive, it must manipulate, it must do institutional capture, it must do everything it can to avoid democratic answers. And I just think that, I guess at core politically, I believe very strongly in the will of the people. I believe very strongly in, a large number of people, well informed on the predicament that they are in, will rapidly overcome even some of the most terrifying and complex challenges, because human beings are amazing. And I think that I'm not saying I think that communism could win in a vote in every country in the world tomorrow. That itself is an issue of propagandizing and misinformation that's been going on for a very long time, a very deliberate project to misinform people, also to make people stupider. This is very well documented. But I think there is a yearning for freedom that if you read China Mieville's October, his account of the Russian Revolution, he begins by noting all of the stories that Russian peasants told of a land where all the work is already done, a land where people are freer, and everything is easy and everyone has everything they need. And yeah, I think that for better or worse, a lot of people across the wealthiest nations of the world right now have a word for this world, and their word for it is socialism or communism, and in some cases anarchism. And that means that working together, that's the world that people will create. So yeah, that's my answer about revolution, and it's good to restate it now and then. We're so back. Woke is back. Let's go. I'm going to get myself a coffee in a second. It's going to be a little 2-minute break. I wanted to point out this comment because it just made me laugh. Yad on the Cat said about the clip we watched of Mark Rutte. Did we watch Mark Rutte, or were we reading about him? Mark Rutte came up. Mark Rutte is such an embarrassment to most Dutch folks. I am not a known fan of the Dutch. It very much tickled me to have the Dutch disown Mark Rutte, which is completely fair. You should get to. you should get to, and we should get to disown Tony Blair, I think. I think this is this is a revolutionary process that we're engaging in. Morgan the Face says, even in leftist spaces, I get pushback when I'm like, Soviet Russia did some good things, right? Yeah, that's just gibberish. Okay, it has to either not matter because you are in an effective organizing unit and community where you are doing things that are making the world better, and so that can just be your opinion in the same way there might be liberals there, but the work you're doing is leftist. Or that's a discursive space, just a space of ideas. And I would just say, like, if people can't accept that the Soviet Union made enormous achievements in terms of freedom, among other things, I would say, because I like this is the really deeply unpopular thing. Like I'm sure that plenty of people would begrudgingly admit technologically, organizationally, all sorts of things that the Soviet Union did loads of cool stuff, but they'd be like, but they weren't free. And I'm just like, well, but they were. like looking at our standards right now, like the notion of the state just letting you live in the place you live in, giving you a free house, right? That's shockingly free compared to our experience right now. Which is a perfect segue for me to remind you all that my landlord is trying to raise the rent by £250, and I really need your support. So, VOD commenters, hello VOD commenters, I was just reading your lovely comments just now, and I really appreciate them. And I really need your help. So please check out the link below, VOD commenters, and support my Patreon if you're not doing that already, because that's my main core income. If you're already doing that, if you want to send me a one-off tip, you can through the same link as well. I also have a Throne account, but that's the most helpful way to help me out. Chatters, if you are enjoying the stream, please, please, please pay for the stream. I am doing work right now. I've been live for nearly an hour. As you can probably hear, I am sick. I'm gonna go get another warm drink in a second. But it's nice when I get paid for doing my job. It's a very strange job that I do in the grand scheme of things, in terms of how people usually do work, that I just do this, and then people pay me if they want to. So I guess I'm saying please want to, and please pay me by subscribing or cheering or donating directly using Command Tip. I'm going to talk a little bit about the other things about subscribing, because I always talk about donating, but obviously I would most of all prefer that you use Command TIP and tip me directly. I'm aiming for 483 today. But subscribing is also cool because you get a little badge for how long you've been subscribed in the chat, and I've put custom art to the badges so that they are different space vehicles because of my love of space. And you also get access to exclusive Sophie from Mars emotes. So currently, as a follower, you can use the emotes that say, I'm going lib slop mode, which I'm sure everyone's going to in a second because we're about to start the lib slop. But if you subscribe, you get my space emotes, which include my own astrophotography, as well as Ezra Klein for when we're going Ezra Klein mode, and Kitty for when we're going Kitty mode. So please consider also subscribing, or cheering, or donating directly, preferably. Okay, I'm going to take 2 minutes, and then I'm going to begin the slop. Okay, cool. I'll see you all in 2. Where's this music gone? Okay, I'll see you all in 2 minutes.
reportedly set fire to a massive warehouse just a few miles away.
And today, prosecutors tell our Joy Benedict the suspect is comparing himself to Luigi Mangione.
This as we are learning more about what led up to the crime and the man investigators say is behind it.
This is an alarming trend where we have these political extremists, if you will. They seem almost proud of their crimes.
First Assistant U.S. Attorney Bill Saley and the San Bernardino County District Attorney Jason Anderson held a joint news conference Friday announcing not only state charges against the employee arrested, but federal ones.
Arson to me is a real head scratcher. I do not understand that somebody who is suspected of arson does something where they get no value out of it other than to displace people from their jobs, to ruin commerce, to get in the way of labor, to put people in physical harm.
This is the booking photo of...
Okay, hey, let's just hear that one back again a little bit there. That was just particularly, let's just hear that one there again. I think that's quite interesting.
First Assistant U.S. Attorney Bill Saley and the San Bernardino County District Attorney Jason Anderson held a joint news conference Friday announcing not only state charges against the employee arrested, but federal ones.
Arson to me is a real head scratcher. I do not understand that somebody who is suspected of arson does something where they get no value out of it other than to displace people.
I don't understand that someone would do something where they would get no value out of it. Oh, it's good. Oh, woke is back. Okay. This isn't what we're looking at right now. We'll chat about the warehouse fires. I'm kind of expecting there to be some articles about the warehouse fires sooner or later, because I do think another factor that I haven't really talked about so far in what we're about to discuss is how much the ruling class shits their pants and gets really, really scared when revolutionary leftist ideas get some teeth. Luigi Mangione. He Luigi on my Mangione until Brian Thompson doesn't anymore. After Brian Thompson was assassinated, allegedly by Luigi Mangione, sorry, like the name tickles me because there's a queer rapper I saw just like a really like one bar from, but it was amazing on my like Instagram reels. I was just like scrolling, and they go like, "I'm fine as fuck and I kill shit." Luigi Mangione, and then carried on with the rap. It was really good. Anyway, sorry. After Brian Thompson was killed, the health insurance industry was like, "Oh fuck, we have to approve every single claim right now." I think if people have liberal slop they'd like to submit to the stream, you know, feel free to drop it in chat. Feel free to you know, link it in a VOD comment or to put it in the Patreon Discord. And I'm gonna keep my eyes out for, you know, like, please don't do a arson, please. Articles from from the Slop Ed commentariat. But I think one factor in what we're about to see, which is Ezra Klein saying, wait for it. Hassan Piker is not the enemy. What? Woke is back. Is like people getting woke getting some teeth. I think it's significant. I think Ezra Klein, he's a bit of a blowbo on this stream, we have to admit. Like, that's clearly the case at this point. He is a little bit of a fave, a problematic fave. And I've been talking about whether his conversation with Ta-Nehisi Coates would have an effect, and that we'll be watching out for it. And we've been watching out for it, and watching out for it, and watching out. Ah! There it is. So we've got this Ezra Klein article to look at. I don't think Ezra Klein is going like, oh shit, there are warehouse fires. But I think we'll see some more stuff. I think we'll see more of a shift. I think Ezra Klein is more motivated by his like caring about his side winning, and he does, you know, he does understand his side as being the left, but he's had a very captured imagination for a long time. I'm not going to get super into the elements of all of that right this second. I am actually writing an essay about Ezra Klein and his conversation with Ta-Nehisi Coates, the political context of 2025, the hollowness of spectacle and the crash out of American empire, and hopefully it will be ready sometime in May or June. Fingers crossed. But I do think the warehouse fires is another thing. So chat, I will be taking your takes on the warehouse fires for sure. Sharp Object says, isn't the place that got set on fire just a paper place? At least it wasn't CRTs or anything cool like that. There have been, I believe, at least 7 fires. There were 6 when I'd heard about them turning into a pattern of fires, and then there was another one at a Raytheon building. So it's going pretty well, I'd say. People are really heating things up. We're having hot warehouse summer. Yeah, it's cool to see people embracing a politics of like meaningful sabotage and resistance. I don't endorse it, obviously. It's like breaking the law, and the law is the arbiter of morality, and anyone with half a brain can tell you that like just the things that are legal are good and the things that are illegal are just bad, right? That's just obvious. So I don't endorse it or encourage anyone to do it. I certainly wouldn't encourage anyone to do it, but it is having positive effects on people's like feelings that they can at least engage in some way with politics at all in this current like absolute fucking nightmare roller coaster everyone is like bolted into. I would actually say, I think, with the whole Red Mars discussion I was having just before the break, that I think that like American sabotage focused direct action is more of like the Reds, like I won't go super into explaining the Reds because it is actually way too complicated, but the Reds specifically the Reds who are socialists, who are the Bogdanovists, that's one thing, but the Reds who are just Reds, they're like, it's a whole thing. They don't want there to be any kind of terraforming on Mars. I think that the people who are increasingly embracing a politics of just like attacking the machine anywhere they can in front of them, it's very Red kind of action. And I think that like where the left in the UK and a lot of Europe is a lot more green, in many senses, I think that like, yeah, I think that there's something very Red and a little bit Bogdanovist going on in America for sure. But these are ramblings about my deeply beloved fave and relatively obscure sci-fi communist revolution series, the Mars trilogy. It's not what I think people would broadly consider good analysis. So let's get to some really, really good analysis from a very clever political thinker, Ezra Klein. Hassan Piker is not the enemy. Chat, I already know, because I know you, this is going to piss you off. I know some of you are going to get quite pissed off. And that's okay. It's okay. I've already accepted that some of you are just going to get quite pissed off with this article. I would just like to say that I've been saying Ta-Nehisi Coates came in and rocked his shit with kindness and patience and a little sprinkling of love, even tenderness, perhaps intimacy? ? Star Wars Episode 4 The New Woke? ? It's impossible to say right now. Is my alert box wet? It's there, okay. I think my alert box might not be working, because I've just seen I've had a new dono come in, which I should say about thank you to _ tipped £5, no name given, but did give this message: I never talk over beautiful, intelligent women. Thanks. You can send messages like that as much as you want. Willow Treason also tipped £5 in a message. City of Doors tipped £14.76, saying, "Love all that you do, Sophie. Thank you." Thank you, City of Doors. I really appreciate that. We are now at 388. We're aiming for 483. We have £100 to go. Chat, let me tell you for a second. If everyone in chat right now, literally everyone, did command tip, went through to the link, donated £3, we would get past the dono goal immediately. I could shut up about it for the rest of the entire stream. And there would be a bonus gaming stream added to the stack of bonus gaming streams. That would be pretty cool. My point in saying this is that even small donos matter. Even if you gave me £3, it would make a difference. So bear that in mind. Okay. Star Woke's episode 7, The Woke Awakens. The Woke Awokens? Question mark. Okay, I do think that the warehouse fires I might call dark woke. I'm not sure. This is like the central discussion. We're not really getting to it yet. We're going to read this article. Oh, sorry. One quick second. I'll put the music back on. Oh, that's not the music. That was this.
People from their jobs to ruin commerce, to get in the way of labor, to put people in physical harm.
This is the booking photo of...
You know, if you're not going to pay us enough to fucking live or afford to live, at least pay us enough not to do this shit. Should have paid us enough to fucking live.
You know, one of my favorite villains throughout media is one particular villain that kind of stands above them all. I like him is because he's different, you know. Unlike all the other mainstream villains that you see throughout media that have, like, vices as their common driver for the evil things that they do, you know, for instance, throughout the Disney animated films, you know, most of these people are driven by simple vices such as lust, greed, or money, you know, and so the interesting thing is what also differentiates him is he's unlike the villains that you see in the Disney Marvel movies as well, which are cardboard cutouts where they have simple goals and ambitions of either conquering, dominating the world, destroying the world, or attaining unstoppable power. And so the thing is that while these are all okay villains in their own right, you know, they're not my favorite. And one might say, well, you know, is your favorite, you know, Heath Ledger's Joker, where he caused anarchistic chaos and spreads violence across Gotham City to basically go after the wealthy? Or is it like the 2019 Joker, which is probably a more picturesque version of that supposed, you know, idea in the back of everybody's head, where a mentally ill loner who's been beaten down by the system, you know, finally snaps and he goes crazy, and then he just, you know, kills a couple of Wall Street kids. And so what happens after that is he incites an entire rebellion against the city and the established order. And, you know, you can see at the end of the movie where, you know, one of the clowns wearing a mask kills
Chat,
Bruce Wayne.
What's happened? Chat! Alistair. It's got a little Luigi cap on there. Okay, I'm back. Hello. We're going to get into Ezra Klein's article now. Opinion. Was this not playing? Fuck's sake. Hassan Piker is not the enemy. You tell us, Sophie. I know, I don't know what... We're all learning about the jokester. Okay, alright. I'll try. I thought it was just a news clip. I was clicking around. I was like, oh, this is just the news coverage. That's good. No, okay. Gayest Potato 2 says, oops, sorry, I sat on the remote. That's very funny. Oh, okay. Yeah, is it dark woke? Is it dark woke to burn down a warehouse? I don't know. I don't really like acts of sabotage against the system being described as dark woke, because I feel like a lot of people have described like calling a fascist the arsler as dark woke or whatever. Like basically just doing mean stuff or like using the tools of the enemy or whatever as dark woke. I've seen this a lot. I don't like dark woke very much, as is probably apparent to people who know my general vibe. But is burning down a warehouse woke too? That just kind of depends on whether we're going to see lots more warehouse fires. You know, woke 2, I guess, is just kind of definitionally whatever the prominent woke is going forward. Gerardimus Prime says, "Hey chat, sorry, new here. Is Sophie's audio/mic always so quiet? I didn't know I was so quiet. How am I sounding now? Is that better?" Is this better now? Am I louder? I have been fiddling my audio settings a bit recently because I had a very bad audio for a couple of weeks that I was feeling really shit about. If the warehouse sharp object says, if the warehouse stuff has stuff with slurs written on it, it's very woke. If the warehouse, if there are slurs written on the stuff that's being burned down in the warehouse, that's like double woke. Is that the bit we're getting at? Okay, I will endeavor to boost my volume between streams, but this is the best we can do for now. And I'm also going to adjust this back slightly, just so it doesn't fall over on me. Okay, let's finally get into it. Thank you so much for the donations people have donated. As I said, if everyone, actually it's gone up, we've got more viewers, that's really cool. If everyone watching now donated £2.50, I think we would get to the goal pretty fast, almost immediately. So small donos count as well, please remember. Here we go. Hassan Piker is not the enemy. I think this is an interesting thing to observe in our ongoing observation of Ezra Klein on the stream, as to whether that moment, I don't know what my role is anymore, has resonated with him as it needs to. And if we're unsure after this one, there's like a second, his newest podcast episode is about reckoning with Israel's one-state reality is the title of it. And if we get through the other articles, we'll look at that too, because I'm kind of, personally, I think it's exploring things in an interesting way. But again, chat, I do know that you're going to get mad as fuck about this. It's okay, I get it. This is Twitch politics. This is where you come to get mad as fuck at stuff. But for now, Hassan Piker is not the enemy. After the 2024 elections, there was a panic among Democrats about the absence of a liberal Joe Rogan. Could one be found? Could one be created? It was an epic exercise in missing the point. You cannot have a liberal Joe Rogan because Rogan is not particularly political. I'm already hitting stuff I know is going to be pissing people off if you haven't heard this yet. His audience cohered around conversations with comedians, MMA fighters, bodybuilders, and psychonauts. That's what made him politically influential. He could reach millions of people who are not otherwise interested in politics. I know the point on the liberal slop stream is not supposed to be for us to pause and do like debunking style attacks and stuff. But I think that there's just a lot of commentary I want to get into with this particular one for Ezra. This idea that Rogan accessed a whole bunch of people who are like not political, and that's the winning strategy for the right, and therefore an equivalent for the left would be doing the same thing. It's just a bit difficult. It's just a bit difficult. Prince Infidel says, "I'm sorry, Sophie, but I'm already angry." Oh no. Okay. I think this has to do with Ezra Klein's seeming core, like, he has a belief, he has a mental model of politics. It's a very electoral model. He very strongly believes in, like, the institutions and the harmony of left and right forming democracy and the ability for people to do this back and forth and, like, work in a positive direction. And it's unfortunate. It's ahistorical, it's amaterial, it's unfortunate. I'll be getting into it in my essay, whatever. A Joe Rogan of the left, like, someone who appeals to more normies and has a broader appeal for people, is going to be someone who is very explicitly political, in a way that people find accessible and charming. And in this way, like, it could be said that Hassan Piker is a Joe Rogan of the left. I think it's a relatively fair thing. Like, he's a good-looking guy with big body who's like a streamer and a poster, and like, yeah, it just like, there isn't this kind of equivalency because a whole bunch of people, okay, like, a whole bunch of people, if they were listening to someone's takes on a podcast regularly and the person became steadily more left-wing, would switch off, and a whole bunch of people would be happy with it. But then it would be this explicitly left-wing focused space. Because of the conditioning of society towards like a normative and quite illusory model of the world, like, we have to... I keep on feeling like my head is still in woke school. I was teaching woke school yesterday. Woke is back. There's this quite illusory model that we're all fed. Again, going back to my abridged history of the last century, like this period of relative peace under like American imperialist success of the end of the millennium and the start of the new one, has given people actually a very rightward skewed picture of the world. Middle of Marxist says, wouldn't that make him the anti-Joe Rogan? Yeah, I think this is the... Sorry, small... Starlight Reverie says, small blorbo head, though. The thing I do with little guys, I just realized Hassan is already like that. If I did a Hassan edit, he'd have to have a tiny, tiny head. Oh my goodness. Morrigan, yes, the end of history, exactly. Morgana, welcome to the stream. Lovely to have you here. I just thought about shrinking Hassan's head and doing a little guy edit on Hassan. Sophie from Mars has tipped £3. I promise I haven't, so I don't know if people, if the chatter thought that they had to say who the money goes to in the box or whatever. But the message says warehouse plus Luigi equals Waluigi. Possibly. The left Joe Rogan would be someone quite like Hassan Piker, I think. At the same time as this, I think that Ezra has a kind of outdated picture of Joe Rogan. Look, I don't and have never regularly listened to Joe Rogan, but I've seen an annoying amount of content about him with clips of him in it and people talking about the subject of his podcast over time and his views expressed over time. And he is particularly political, and he has been for a long time, and the focuses of his episodes have been more focusedly political for a long time, and like over a long period getting more so. So saying Rogan isn't particularly political, it's like, I've just spent all this time saying that like someone would be shifting their audience if they became leftward in this way, and they would stop doing the ordinary guy stuff. But I do think that Rogan has actually done that as well. Maybe I'm contradicting myself there. Am I? No, it's everyone else who's wrong. No, but seriously, like, in terms of Hassan's appeal to people, he has never been like a completely apolitical streamer or just like just appealing to regular dudes streamer who's like, you know, pulling people on a pipeline through stuff or whatever. He is, and that was never gonna be it for the left, I think. We have to educate. We have to be educators. It's just part of how it works. Despising Light says, haven't used tip before, sorry. It's completely okay, don't worry. It was very cute. It really tickled me. Sundry Clown Cartoon 95 says, apolitical podcasters don't have to say, actually I never liked Donald Trump, and Joe Rogan has to say, actually I never liked Donald Trump. Checkmate. I think, like, it's normal in a country to think the president is just fine. It might be even normal to, like, dislike the president in the way that people often kind of dislike the government, but it's also pretty normal to, like, broadly like the president, right? And This means that people who are like apolitical at a time when Trump was coming in felt blindsided by people who were making like a big stink about like Trump is a fascist, right? We lived through this. There was this huge like people saying, don't be so silly, he's just a wacky political candidate or whatever. And so that's just one of myriad examples of how like being a normal guy who listens to the Normal Guy podcast, you would be more likely to be like appealed to politically through a sort of common sense approach. 2 quick points. Fucking Gramsci said common sense is just the ideology of is hegemonic ideology, the ideology of the ruling class. And point 2, when Trump was reelected, he said, this is the revolution of common sense. Right-wing ideas can be propagandized to people through an appearance of common sense very easily. On the left, we have to be educators. It's just the position we're in. It's not a symmetrical game. Gerodimus Prime says, the appeal is Joe Rogan and Hassan talk about things that normie dudes spend a few brain cells on. The difference is Rogan says the reason you can't have more weed and get laid is because of immigrants and vaccines. Hassan more correctly points out the influence of capital interests on our society. Hassan also models you can be manly and get along with marginalized people. In fact, most of these people have the same concerns as you. Yeah, absolutely. I think that, like, Hassan does model a kind of, like, yeah, just a kind of, like, normalness, a normie quality for a lot of people, that straightforwardly a ton of the left doesn't model very well. Like, you have to be excessively normal as a trans person to be seen as normal by a lot of cis people. This is why, like, a lot of the time when people start to talk to me about, like, optics in my work or whatever, and they assume about who I'm kind of representing different groups, like, through myself and towards who, I'm just like, my appeal is just not that broad. I know my work is talking to leftists, and, like, the people who aren't leftists will be like, who see my work are like curious and may become leftists over time, or they're hate watchers, and like the rest is like a quite dedicated leftist audience, and like actually, like, I mean socialist, I mean communist, in many cases I hope organizers audience, and like I'm fine with that. Like I'm it's not, you know, it's not the thing that I do bring in loads of new people to the movement or to my politics, especially. Like, it's a different kind of educating. And this is the other thing, like, there are many different roles in the left, and they don't have one-to-ones in the right. Because we're not actually inside of this machine that's built on, like, perfect symmetry. But yeah, I think that Hassan, like, models, yeah, just like seeming normality to a bunch of people, which, like, you know, Hassan isn't normal, right? Like, that guy streams like 8 hours a day. he's in the gym or on stream or both most of his conscious hours. That's not normal. He's a very political guy, and he does have radical takes that people find abnormal, as we're discussing in Hassan Piker is Not the Enemy by Ezra Klein. Perfect seg, I fucking nailed it. We got way off topic. We're going to carry on with the article. As I've said, we're trying not to pause infinitely. We've not been doing very well so far. It's an hour and a half into the stream. Hey Zelda, thank you so much for the £11 tip. With the message, this one is so you can be less sick sooner. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. I'm really sick of being sick. But we're going to press on with this now. Okay. But there will be pauses. I can't avoid this. The problem Democrats actually had, one of them anyway, was that they didn't like Rogan and criticized others for going on his show. They tried repeatedly to cancel him for his comments about trans people and his skepticism of COVID vaccines. If people remember the conversation that he had with Naomi Klein about the book Doppelganger recently, that's relevant to this, because one of her core points is that, like, the logic of cancellation that, like, the liberal left and a bunch of the right as well, like, adhere to is that you can make people just disappear, but what the liberal left encountered was that a bunch of people they just threw away for having, like, insufficient politics or behaving in ways they didn't like. Those people just got together on the right instead. And And I think that's informed Ezra's perspective here. To the extent that he is now a right-coded figure, it's not because he started that way. Rogan, we mean. Rogan's political views are mixed. He backed Bernie Sanders in 2020. He supports universal healthcare and abortion rights. He dislikes vaccine mandates and lacks border control. But it shouldn't have been a surprise when, after years of being attacked by the left, he endorsed Donald Trump in 2024. The simplest way to tell people which side they're on is to tell them how much your side hates them. I don't think it was just him getting cancelled. That might be emotionally his perspective on it. I don't know the guy, but like, I think it was money. I think money made the biggest difference. Like, a bunch of like right wingers who had like money, you know, and platforms, you know, like were profitable guests for him to have. Again, through a space of like common sense and like being apolitical. You're having like a comedian like Ricky Gervais on or something like, I don't know if he's had Ricky Gervais on, but just like someone who's actually like quite well known and has done a bunch of stuff and then has atrocious views, and it's like, you know, hey Lorcan, lovely to see you here. Uh-oh, Sophie contracted a bit of the Porzanabi. I am always like, it's just an inevitable thing that the articles that I find like more complex I want to talk about more, but I'm gonna try and push ahead. That brings me to a more important point. Gayest Potato 2, thank you so much for the £3 dono with OMG, a wild stream-stopping dono appears. You got me, that's exactly what happened. I'm appreciating the £3 tips. I'm glad that my message is getting through to people that small tips make a difference. We've got £80 to go. Now everyone would only need to donate £2 each. So small donos do make a difference, but I obviously also like big donos too. Valerie the Lovely Italian says, if you're a few mean leftists away from becoming right wing, I got bad news. Look, I don't like this line of logic and I see it repeated a lot. But you hear how much this sounds like you're being like a mean girl, right, when you're saying it. And like that's the appeal of saying a thing like this. Like people say this kind of thing and they're going like, well, you were never a leftist to begin with then. And it's like, sure. A bunch of people aren't super ideologically committed and aren't well informed, and that's the situation that we find ourselves in. And if we apply our tactics on a statistical level, right, then people who get like pushed to the right or whatever, if we can see that it is a real phenomenon, we should try and do something about that. Have some kind of intervention of some sort, I think. I just like... I do think that like there are people who I wish they hadn't been such a fucking pussy, basically. Just gone and educated themselves on issues. Like I see this all the time with transphobes. I'm always like furious at like transphobes where it's just like, if you just go and like read about this topic, you would know about it, and you're instead reacting to like people being mean to you on Twitter. But at the same time, I do wish the people weren't being mean to them on Twitter, because it's not helping people. Anyway, that's my point. That's my rant out of the way. Sophie from Pause. Okay. Pause, sorry. That brings me to a more important than it might look controversy that has burst out over the leftist streamer Hasan Piker. He had a breakout moment over the last year as Democrats began obsessing over the absence of a liberal Joe Rogan, and Piker, who mixes leftist politics with a bro-ish aesthetic, has proffered as a possible answer. A category error because, again, the whole point of Rogan's political power is that his show mostly avoids politics. But I'm going to Uno reverse Ezra. I think he's making a category error here. The left would not have a perfectly mirrored Joe Rogan. But pick over Piker's year. He's written in. You know what's happened there is Ezra knew that Hasan was going to react to this article about himself on stream, and he's deliberately written a little tongue twister, a trap there. But pick over Piker's years of streaming, and you can find offensive things he said. Among them, that America deserved 9/11. I mean, deserved is a tricky concept, but America certainly fucking caused 9/11. That his favorite flag is Hezbollah's. That's just funny. And that a liberal Zionist is akin to a liberal Nazi. That's entirely correct and true. Streamer has said offensive things isn't really a news story. But then Abdul El Sayed, the more DSA-ish candidate in the Democratic Senate primary in Michigan, began rallying with Piker. That led Third Way, a centrist group that previously demanded that Democrats draw a line in the sand and shun Hassan Piker and his fellow Jew haters, to send a letter to El Sayed demanding details about how closely you align with his most abhorrent views. Piker picked a peck of pickled peppers. America's government earned themselves a solid 9/11. I don't know if I believe some conspiracy-ish narratives around it, but I do believe some specific facts about it, and I do think that the American government could have done a lot more to stop it. But yeah, literally, it's blowback from what they created the conditions that created 9/11, and then if you look at the details of it, did a lot that fucking helped very directly with the plan as it was executed. Jonathan Greenblatt, head of the Anti-Defamation League. Sure, okay. The Anti-Defamation League lists Antifa stuff as terrorist. Far left terrorist stuff, I think, and also has said that From the River to the Sea is an anti-Semitic genocidal chant. Said Piker reflected the dangerous normalization of anti-Semitism in our politics. It's just a liberal Zionist org. It's just tedious. Politico then asked a number of possible 2028 Democratic hopefuls whether they would appear on Piker's show. Governor Gavin Newsom and Rahm Emanuel said they would. Representatives Ro Khanna and AOC already had. Senators Cory Booker, Ruben Gallego, and Alyssa Slotkin said they wouldn't. I think there's rather a lot... Why is that bolded? I think there's rather a lot wrapped up... No, it doesn't add anything. Whatever. I think there's rather a lot wrapped up in this controversy, so let's take it piece by piece. Is Piker a Jew hater, as Third Way alleges? In an interview with the writer Aaron Regenberg, Piker addressed some of his worst comments. I find some of his answers compelling and others less so. The comparison of liberal Zionists to Nazis, for instance, is repugnant. Ezra is such a classic example of progressive accept Palestine, and how under the stress of the current conditions we're experiencing, that just completely breaks. And I think that I'm very curious for us to watch together, chat, this the reckoning with the one-state reality of Israel thing. Because as I understand it, broadly, the take of this episode is Israel, as it does exist, is not open to a two-state solution. It's, talk about two-state solution is just fiction, fictitious. And I guess Ezra's cottoning on to that, and he's sort of trying to explain in a way that's friendly to liberals and centrists where they've made a big error in their thinking. And I think it's less something he's figured out or had a revelation with. And I would be willing to bet it's something that he has known for a bit and had a lot of trouble expressing because he knows he's going to upset a bunch of people. Mule's talked about this publicly before. He's got family members who are very, very dedicated Zionists who basically cut him off after he became much more vocal about his opposition to the existence of Israel. And it's just okay, I'm going on a tangent again now. We're going to get back to the article. Everyone, if you're enjoying the stream, please consider paying for the stream. You can subscribe or cheer or donate directly using Command Tip. We are only £80 away from the goal now. So remember, even small donos matter. If everyone watching right now tipped £2, we would get there immediately. Where were we? The comparison of Zionists to Nazis, for instance, is repugnant. And not much improved by Piker clarifying that he opposes ethnostates. What made the Nazis notable wasn't their support for an ethnostate. Ethnostates are common. Oh, Ezra. What made the Nazis notable was their effort to exterminate the Jewish people. There are so many angles you could approach this from, but I guess the main thing I'd like to say is just like, I guess just like, it's actually very obvious to a lot of people that Israel is trying to exterminate Palestinians. And they're not just like a force who are across a border who they are at war with, although like it wouldn't be better if they were on a mission of just like genocidal war, which they have been the last 100 years. Like, they're not just like an enemy force who are across the border. There are obviously loads of Palestinians who've been in the apartheid state of Israel as well. Like, this is the reality of Israel is like, includes plenty of the like enemy within shit. It's just that like most of the Palestinians are also like concentrated into this massive open air prison where they're slowly being encroached upon and murdered. And over the last 2 years, not that slowly. Oh dear. Oh dear. Ezra. Okay. Peiker's assertion that his opposition is to all reactionary ideology is hard to square with his admiration for Hezbollah. That's just asinine. I was seeing you in chat getting mad, and I'm getting that. I'm definitely getting mad now. That is just asinine. It's just like, if the people who organize a resistance against a genocidal project that is trying to expand in the region and take land from people and like bulldoze their villages and murder like children and elderly people and like just cleanse, like ethnic cleansing constantly, like if the people who get together and do that hold reactionary beliefs, it doesn't make their position and side of that conflict like wrong. It's why we have the concept of critical support. And I know that what Ezra wrote here was Peiker's assertion that his opposition is to all reactionary ideology, but I think he is opposed to the reactionary ideology in Hezbollah or Hamas or Iran, and would be very happy straightforwardly to say that like he doesn't support like like anti-LGBT or like anti-woman governmental policy and whatever. But the project of what Israel is doing is bigger than that in a very concrete way. Like it's a much larger issue in the conversation of the existence and continued politics and actions of Israel, that it's a genocidal fascist state. Audrey Stardust says, I'm still completely stuck in ethno-states being common. Okay. A majority of people in China are Han Chinese. There are areas towards the edges of China that are less populated by Han Chinese people, and that can cause some like conflicts in an ongoing way that the Chinese state treats people who aren't their majority ethnic demographic. I'm trying to think of other examples. The Danes in Denmark, I guess. Anglos in England. There are just there is a variety of a whole spectrum even of countries across the world whose relationship to a core ethnic demographic that is the majority of their population constitutes a big part of their national identity. Sometimes there's an ongoing political project to maintain it. Malakariel, thank you. Japan, right? There is a very there's something very intense going on with Japanese ethnic identity. Or in the case of India, for example, a struggle for dominance of one ethnic identity with Hindu nationalism. Some European countries, there's a very complex project, which is the classic project of whiteness, which is the project to eradicate smaller identities and clear out space to create a blank slate. This is whiteness, right? It is clearing away smaller subdivisions of people to create something more, that's a complex one, because like the French identity, like the Franks as an ethnic group, like violently dominated a bunch of other ethnic groups that are within the borders of France, and that's more comparable to like the Han Chinese and other ethnic groups within China. Germany is more federated and less of a like one ethnic group dominating others, but like ethnostates are like, it's like the reality of the nations of the world today is on a spectrum of like ethno-nationalism, and that is a reality, but like none of them are the same as Israel, and that's very obvious, right? Like all of this I'm saying here, I'm playing Ezra's advocate, I know, but like I'm just trying to like I think you said that you're like completely stuck on this. Good pronunciation of my screen name. Most people don't get it in one shot. Malcariel. Oh. Well, thank you. Princess Backknight 666 says, if we accept that definition of ethnostates, it becomes our moral imperative to dissolve all states. I have a funny spoiler for the future. Okay. I'm just trying to explain why he would say this, but obviously the mistake is like like, yeah, it doesn't compare to what Israel is doing, and like Israel is like modern day explicit, violent, and genocidal colonialism, which, okay. Audrey Starter says, I understand. I appreciate you broadening my perspective for sure. I'm just insanely hesitant about where Ezra is taking this. I think what's interesting with what's going on with Ezra, and again, I'll get to this in the essay, but like what's interesting with what's going on with Ezra at the moment is not where he's taking this, but in the broader sense, like where he's coming from, because it's like this is like, all of this is like quite par for the course for him, but what's different is the take about Hassan at core. Okay, let's carry on. Let's finally carry on with it. But to focus only on those comments is to miss much else that Piker has said and believes. He has also said, from pogroms to the Holocaust, Jews have always been singled out by those in power as a scapegoat for the instability and economic volatility that people in power caused. A resilient, nascent anti-Semitism is a constant threat. He has called anti-Semitism gross, immoral, and a hate crime. He has promoted John Ossoff, a Democratic senator from Georgia who is Jewish, as a 2028 presidential possibility. In previous presidential primaries, Piker supported Bernie Sanders, who is also Jewish. It is an unusual form of Jew hatred that calls out anti-Semitism and promotes Jewish Americans for the presidency. I have deep disagreements with Piker, but he isn't a Jew hater. He's an anti-Zionist. And here, I think, the real stakes of this fight come into view. We are living through a rupture in both the meaning and reality of Israel. Again, I'm quite keen on watching this podcast if we've got time. A Gallup poll from February found for the first time that more Americans sympathize with the Palestinians than with the Israelis. Among Democrats, the gap was overwhelming, with 65% who sympathized more with the Palestinians and 17% with the Israelis. The difference, as I have argued, is largely generational. Older Americans still view the Israelis more sympathetically, but among Americans aged 18 to 35, 53% sided with the Palestinians and 23% with the Israelis. That is a smaller overall skew than among Democrats. So the stats here don't perfectly align with what Ezra is saying, the specific ones he's brought up. Because in the stats he's brought up, party affiliation is a stronger predictor of sympathy between Israel and Palestine than age. Okay. Okay. This is new. Before 2023, young people and Democrats were more likely to side with the Israelis. I know, like, parts of why I first got more well known on the internet was for doing a video about The Matrix, like the Matrix franchise. It's cool. The Matrix sequels are good, actually. You can look it up on my channel if you want. So for a while, I got known as, like, the Matrix girly. But it is still a little bit confusing to me sometimes that, like, other people do not seem to get the part of the Matrix that's like, we are born into a simulation run by machines. And I just, like, that is it for, like, people born in the late 80s through mid 2000s, born into a simulation, you know? But even to some degree, like, people in a broader sense throughout the Imperial Court, like, we just are, like, hegemonic ideology is a fucking illusion that, like, completely surrounds and controls us. Like, the Wachowski sisters didn't draw so much from Baudrillard for nothing. Like, there is a complete philosophical and political theory framework around, like, the way in which we exist in simulations and simulacra. Okay, let's go on. This is not the result of an international psyop or a profusion of memes. The Israel that young people know is not the Israel that older people remember. It responded to the savagery of October 7th. The savagery. The savagery. I wonder if Ezra ever says that what Israel does is savagery. Is it only brown people who do savagery? Ezra! They responded to the savagery of October 7th by flattening Gaza in a brutal campaign that killed at least 70,000 Gazans, taking control of more than half the territory and herding Gazans, more than 2 million people, into the remainder. A note here, chat. In case anyone accidentally got misinfoed by me, I saw a figure about how many Palestinians were displaced in the last 2 years. There was nearly 700,000. And I may have been repeating this as people dead or injured or something, and I can't remember very well. So if people have heard that from me, I'd just like to point out and clarify that I might have done a misinfo, because I know I was mistaken about this for a couple weeks. It's 70,000 people dead, 680,000 Palestinians displaced, I believe. Which is obviously a large factor of difference, but nonetheless, genocide. More than 2 million people into the remainder. Life there remains hellish. So Israel made life hellish for these people, but they did savagery to Israel. Okay. Israel has made hopes for a two-state solution fanciful by slicing the West Bank up into Israeli settlements and abetting constant settler violence and keeping a boot on the throat of the Palestinian Authority. It has used the Iran war as an opportunity to launch an invasion of Lebanon, displacing more than 1 million people and announcing that as many as 600,000 wouldn't be allowed to return to their homes until Israel decides otherwise. The Knesset just voted to legalize hanging as a punishment for Palestinians who are convicted of killing Israelis in terrorist attacks. Third Way suggests you can identify Jew haters by their use of loaded words taught in social justice seminars: apartheid, genocide, settler colonialism. If that is the test, then a large number of American Jews now fail it. Israel, as it is behaving today, and as it is constructing itself for tomorrow, is incompatible with any normal understanding of liberal values. Okay, he's saying it. He's saying it a bit, This is like, Ezra has little guy potential, and I've been saying this for a while. I think he's going to have to make some big strides from here still, but this, I think, is clear evidence of a movement in the direction. And this is part of why I'm saying today, woke is back. He's moving in a woke direction. We're getting woke. It's happening. Chat, if you are enjoying the victory of woke, the breakthroughs, the surge of the woke Greens, and Ezra's woke realignment. if you're enjoying the stream, please consider paying for the stream by subscribing or cheering and donating directly using command tip. I've been streaming now for 2 hours. I am doing work. I am doing my job. It is nice when I get paid for my job. It's a weird job that I have because I do my job for free and then people pay me when they feel like it. So I guess if you feel like it, please pay me. You can use command !TIP. The goal is £80 away. So if everyone donated, well, if not even everyone actually, donated £2 only, we would get there right away. So even small donations make a difference, but please help me out however you can. And VOD watchers. Hello, VOD watchers. We're going to do a brief aside. Hello, VOD watchers. I hope you're having a nice time. If you're watching this in a very sedentary way, as I certainly like to watch streams and VODs and long YouTube videos, certainly without having smoked any illegal drugs, because I don't do any crimes, consider doing a little stretch for me, just right now. Just, oh, you know? Just as far out as your little paws will go into the air. And And you know what, if you're a VOD watcher who's doing chores or whatever, just you can still do a little stretch, you know, just, you know, and let it go. Okay. Now, VOD watchers, if you regularly watch my VODs, please consider supporting me on Patreon, because you are consuming my content. I am doing work right now that you're benefiting from, so please check out the link below. VOD watchers, thank you so much. Chatters, you know what to do if you want to hit that stream goal by the end of today. Okay. Ezra is making progress. Woke is back. We are progressing, I think, but we've got a long way to go. Again, yeah. If we have time, we'll press on. I will say, genocide is... I know that a lot of Jews feel, like a lot of liberal American Jews feel that discourse around Israel is something that like only Jews count in, and like just like opinions outside of Jewish people just like aren't like to be considered really. But the UN has recognized what Israel has done in Gaza as genocide, and like I can understand why people in a marginalized group would be like, well, then the UN is just anti-Semitic. Like, then the UN is just bigoted towards us. Like, there are plenty of institutions that are bigoted towards the marginalized groups of people that I'm in, right? Mentally ill people, women, trans people, queer women. Yeah, like institutions can absolutely have biases against marginalized groups that you are in, but the third way saying that these are like social justice seminar terms is just entirely like disconnected from reality. Audrey Stardust says, I stretched anyway, is that okay? Yes, chat is also allowed to stretch. Okay. There will be no Palestinian state for the west of the Jordan River, Benjamin Netanyahu has said. For years, I have prevented the creation of that terror state against tremendous pressure, both domestic and from abroad. Chat, do you remember that article we read about how Benjamin Netanyahu was actually like really chill and nice before October 7th? Absolute fucking nightmare. Okay. We have done this with determination and with astute statesmanship. Moreover, we have doubled the Jewish settlement in Judea and Samaria, and we will continue on this path. Anti-Zionism is rising as a response to what Israel is doing. It will simply not be possible to treat it as a marginal viewpoint that can be shamed or shunned into invisibility. Yes, anti-Semitism often cloaks itself in anti-Zionism. So don't do the anti-Semites work for them. If you keep telling people that they oppose the Jewish state, then they must hate Jewish people, eventually they will believe you. I mean, yeah, that's like... There are very obvious anti-Semites, right? Like, the people around, like, Candace Owens' like, network of, like, right-wingers who are like now being like anti-Zionist and insist that like Israel killed Charlie Kirk or whatever. Like the nexus of being like very right wing, being conspiracy theorists, and speaking out against Israel. So of course they're also anti-Semites, and it's just like with the kind of simplistic appeal that Candace Owens is unfortunately managing to reach off the back of the assassination of Charlie Kirk. Like, that's a perfect person to think about when in this point that Ezra's making. Like, if you tell people that if they oppose Israel, they're anti-Semitic, that's the kind of content that's going to get through to them. Whereas, if you tell people that they can be not anti-Semitic and be critical of Israel, they're probably going to watch someone like Hassan Piker. The impulse to cut off... Sorry, it's bolded again. The impulse to cut off those with whom we disagree reaches far beyond Piker or the Israel-Palestine debate. Israel-Palestinian debate. Okay. It sits at the heart of cancellation as a political tactic. Here we go. This is the Naomi Klein stuff. It relies on a belief in the power of gatekeepers that might have been true in an earlier age, but no longer reflects the way attention is earned and held. Tucker Carlson was ejected from Fox News and grew stronger on X and YouTube. Nick Fuentes was banned from major social media platforms and gathered strength in the shadows. Trump went from being banned by every major social media platform to retaking the presidency. But it's not just the cancellation has failed to silence those it targeted, it also weakened those who used it. The Democratic Party and the progressive movement was ill-served by the belief that it could decide the boundaries of acceptable debate. This is really funny because this is exactly the stuff he was talking with Ta-Nehisi Coates about when he said, I don't know what my role is anymore. Literally about, like, we thought that we could define what the acceptable debate is, and it's not worked, and they've just taken power in some ways very easily. That's like... In this particular paragraph, he is both pushing more in a leftist and a woke direction, and he's also like directly referencing the stuff he was talking with Ta-Nehisi Coates about in that conversation. I think this is like pretty powerful proof of what we've been watching out for here. In narrowing who it could talk to, it limited what could hear and whom it could be heard by. Again, I think that, like, different people do different things. I like the way that I enjoy, like, some of Ezra Klein's writing, and the reason that I come to it like being very critical because I'm like, I think that this guy could be better. He could see through this and be a good writer if he wasn't just so clouded by like a ridiculous American liberalism. It's much less about this kind of shit that like liberals love to go on about, you know, about like having conversations with people who don't agree with you. I just don't think I have that much of an issue with that. Like I said, my public platform is targeted towards like leftists. I'm not like personally and intellectually very happy to speak to people who disagree with me about stuff. It's just not how I like run my content. But what I like about him, I think that he is like someone who is earnestly trying to some degree. I think he is trying to have meaningful conversations with people. It's just the limits are very invisible to him. Like the limits on what he's discussing and the reasons that he will turn away from some ideas as like fanciful or it's just a very classic one. Like what when we use terms like pragmatic, we often, without working through like what is technically feasible or likely or whatever, we use terms like pragmatic to simply turn our backs on some things as unrealistic and towards other things that we think can happen. And when you don't interrogate that, you are defining reality for yourself, like what is possible, what can't happen, and what can happen. with ideas that have been planted for you. Like, this is a thing I say often, and I'll say again here. I think that ideology is like an artificial reef in your mind. I think that your thoughts are like waves, and they are shaped by the objects placed within them in the the harbor of your thoughts. And I think that like artificial reefs, right, create the correct shapes for like seeding of a coral or oysters, whatever, and like there is organic growth on it, which it itself also affects the shapes of the currents, which all themselves then carry seeds. But like those patterns appear organic, and moment to moment they are like the natural ways that flows will physically occur. And ideologically, we're in a similar situation. We get things placed in our heads that we are really unconscious to, and we have thoughts that appear to us to be like our own and to be very original, and in a sense they almost are. Like, it's not all mass brainwashing, and I think that like those kind of artificial shapes that control the process of our thoughts define for a lot of people what they consider to be like pragmatic, realistic, realist politics. Yeah. Okay. Where are we? Ezra Klein saying, I haven't been on Rogan's show, but I've been on some of the shows in that broader universe, like Andrew Schultz's Flagrant and Lex Friedman's podcast. I was surprised by how frustrated the hosts were about their inability to book Democrats in 2024. They had said things that the broader progressive universe disliked, or had conversations with people who were anathema to the left, and so Democrats largely avoided these podcasts, ceding them to the Trump campaign. This was not only bad politics, but also bad democratic practice. These shows had come from nowhere and had gained millions of loyal listeners. They had earned their viewerships by voicing something that made millions of Americans feel seen, heard, or at least interested. In avoiding these spaces, Democrats avoided contact with the kinds of voters they otherwise claimed to represent. This is the mistake Democrats often make when they talk about what they did wrong in 2024. They realize now that they should try to talk to the people who listen to these shows. They are less likely to realize that they should listen to the people who talked on these shows. I don't agree with this. I think that, like, once again, what is possible, what we consider possible, is massively ideological. It's one of the most ideological things there is, to some degree. Especially like in our current society that puts so much energy and capital culturally into shaping our imaginations. What we consider possible is enormously ideological, and opposing Israel in an ongoing genocide is something that America should be able to do. The progressive side of America certainly should be able to do. And like, by making that not an option, and many other things not an option, I think the Democrats lost. And I think that, like, there's a side of what Ezra's saying here where if Democrats were more willing to listen to ordinary people, they would understand some things that Democrats would be more amenable to making changes about, like public transport, or they would be pleasantly surprised that like a lot of even conservatives are pro-abortion, and they would go, oh shit, we don't need to like side with anti-abortion Democrats, as Ezra was saying in that conversation with Ta-Nehisi Coates. Such a terrible example he brings out, because it's just like like broadly people are pro-abortion actually. But it's again and again this like impulse to like build what he calls the work of politics by like just giving free points to the other side and going like, you can just have this stuff. We'll just agree with you on this stuff. Like, that's not actually like, whatever. I'm getting off track again here. I think that where they went wrong in 2024 is that they didn't have a platform that felt clear to people in terms of like solutions to the problems people agree exist. And I think part of what Ezra's probably saying here is the same as what I'm saying there. Like, if they listened to people, they would hear what the problems are as much as anything else. But I also think that Ezra tends to think that, like, people would tell them that their preferred solutions are border control, and then the Democrats would do more border control, even though the Democrats were already doing more border control. It's exactly an example of something that they were already, like, trying to do. I think that the Democrats should have had, and I know it's like not surprising for me to say this as a communist, but just like, I think the Democrats should have had a well-built leftist model of politics that they were offering for people to vote for. And like, they wouldn't have even had to do it all that well for people to show up and vote against Trump. Like, people fucking hate Trump and would have been super hyped to do that if Kamala Harris had been like, if elected, I will oppose the genocide in Gaza and I will, like, put a stop to it. People would have flocked to vote for her. Like, very seriously. It's a complete illusion that that's not, like, a feasible politics or whatever. If Kamala Harris had been, like, all the shit that Trump is, like, targeting, abortion access, immigration, queer rights, I'm going to protect all these things, and I also have, like, an economic platform for, like, making more jobs. Like, people would have flocked to her. It's just, like, it was actually, like, a remarkably unappealing platform. I do think Ezra realizes that. And at the same time, like, I'm very concerned by this, like, they need to listen to the people more on this stuff when you're talking about right-wingers. The issue with the Democrats is not that they don't listen to right-wingers enough. Beneath this is an important principle. Conversation is not a reward to be bestowed on those with whom we agree. It's a necessary habit in a democracy. Like, I'm sorry to go on, I know I'm pausing and repausing again, but just like, how much, for example, Ezra, if you ever see this, how much have publications like the New York Times that you work for talked about trans people, and how much have they ever talked to trans people? You know, how much is politics discussed? How often do you have people to your right on your show? How often do you have people to your left on your show? How much is politics discussed without seriously giving a platform to people who are to your left, you know? Middle-earth Marxist says, also they campaigned with the fucking Cheneys. Yeah, no, exactly. The Democrats' problem is not listening to right-wingers. Conversations are a reward to be bestowed on them with those with whom we agree. It's a necessary habit in a democracy. Agreed. But again, you're not... there are some groups of people you're just not talking to about the issues that affect them. The point is not to find agreement so much as to deepen understanding. That's fair. To talk with others is to believe in the possibility of change, theirs and your own. Again, this goes back to his like conversation with Ta-Nehisi Coates about the not at the expense of my neighbor's humanity. Gayest Potato 2, thank you so much for the £3 donation with the message. A little something for all that you do, Sophie. Cheers. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Everyone, please remember that you can use command !TIP. I'm just going to type it in chat here, !TIP. To send me donations, and we're trying to get to 485. Is it 485? 483 on the stream today. So please consider supporting the stream if you're enjoying the stream. The point is not to find agreement so much as to deepen understanding. To talk with others is to believe in the possibility of change, theirs and your own. Whether you like everything that someone has said should be severed from the question of whether that person is worth talking to. Agreed. The space for such conversations was once wider. In 1968, William F. Buckley Jr., the arch-conservative founder of the National Review, hosted Eldridge Cleaver, the Minister for Information for the Black Panthers, on Firing Line. Neither man was there to endorse the politics of the other's politics. I should like to begin by asking Mr. Cleaver whether he finds it consistent with his ideology to encourage the assassination of Mr. Richard Nixon, Buckley said. Cleaver's answer: I would say that if Richard Nixon was assassinated, it would only result in having another pig in line who would possibly need to be assassinated. Buckley later hosted Cleaver at his home. It was a different time, but it created a lasting artifact. The interview has hundreds of thousands of views on YouTube and remains riveting to watch. Are there people Are there people I won't have on my shows or shows I won't go on? Sure. Would he go on Hassan Piker's show? I guess he's flirting with that idea here, right? I guess he did say earlier that he says that he thinks that the comparison between liberal Zionism and liberal Nazi is comparison between Nazism and Zionism is repugnant, and it's like to play Ezra's advocate again a little bit here. Like, I do understand that like a very specific comparison between not just like fascism generally and Zionism, but Nazism is loaded, right? And there is like, you know, a feeling of targeted sort of anti-Semitism to that. It's just unfortunately that like, in terms of people's understanding of genocides, which again the UN says that Israel's done, like it's people's most common touch point. So like, it's the comparison people are gonna make. Million Peaches, welcome to the stream. It's lovely to have you watching. Million Peaches says, Ezra, go on Hassan, please. It would be pretty sick. It would be pretty funny. I think it would be better if he had Hassan on the Ezra Klein show. Like, Hassan has a big audience, but like Ezra Klein's podcast is like the New York Times. Okay. Where were we? Chat, please remember to support the stream if you're enjoying the stream. I am doing my job right now. I've been streaming for 2 hours and 20 minutes. And I only get paid when people feel like donating or subscribing or cheering or subscribing to my Patreon. So please do support me if you enjoy my content. Again, I'm in a particularly like financially dire situation at the moment. My landlord wants to raise the rent by £250, and I wasn't doing great beforehand. Like, I'm pretty fucking poor. Are there people who I won't have on my show or I won't go on their show? Sure. But those judgments for me are more about what I think will be productive rather than who I think can be included. Have some communists on your podcast then. Similarly, I wouldn't judge Booker or Gallagher or Slotkin for avoiding Piker's show. They're busy people, it may not be how they want to spend their time, but there's something strange about aspiring to lead the country's left-wing coalition and elevating the avoidance of prominent leftists to a matter of principle. That's all the more true now, as attention isn't bestowed on the chosen few by television networks and... Oh, I got a cramp in my leg. Chat, it's happened at the worst time. Oh, wow. I just, like, moved my knee in exactly the wrong way. I hate when this happens so much. Oh. Okay, chat, I'm gonna be out of action from reading this for a second. Fuck, this sucks. Audrey Stardust says, not trying to take away from the wokeifying of Ezra over here, but like, will this man do the work? Will he actually talk to a trans person, a Palestinian person, an actual leftist before he writes about some bordering on heinous shit again? I hope so. Well, Audrey, I don't really know, like, what... You know that he's, like, a writer for the New York Times, and he's, like, going to be... Oh, that's a good stretch. Like, he's going to be podcasting, and he's going to be writing more before he does the work, if he does the work, right? Like, it's going to be an ongoing thing, that he carries on having, like... takes informed by liberal hypnopedia. Like, you got very quiet. Thank you for letting me know. Audrey Stardust said, not trying to take away from the wokeifying of Ezra Klein over here, but like, will this man do the work? Will he actually talk to a trans person, a Palestinian person, an actual leftist, before he writes about some bordering on heinous shit again? I hope so. Look, where I would agree with Ezra here about like talking to people you disagree with and about canceling, right? I've been saying this a while now, like the left has a bit of a problem with shame being like the only tool we have. Like, I don't think shame is an ineffective tool. I just think it's become like the only tool we have in a really fucking tedious way. And like, the idea of like, he should go away and do this stuff and then come back only when nothing he says will piss me off it's just like, that's the thing that's not pragmatic or plausible. Like, he's gonna keep having the takes. He's gonna keep having the takes, and he's gonna keep on saying stupid stuff. And like, I know that like, that, you know, therefore like, we're not gonna like just, he's not gonna immediately graduate to Blorbo. I just think he is on the journey towards little guy. That's my belief. I think that like, we're just gonna, he's gonna be a little bit better in if this is what's happening, and I hope it is, then he's going to be a little bit better whenever we come back to him, until he's willing to call himself a socialist. You know, I'm going to say willing to call himself a communist, even, and like promote that people organize towards revolution. That's the final one. And it's like a lot further than a lot of people realize they can go with their platforms with leftism. Like, a lot of people like, I had this like monumental awakening. I'm no longer just a liberal. I now care. Like, I now think that we should have a revolution and be communist. And it's like, so all you then do is like just talk about how liberals are wrong. And that's not a very appealing thing. This is another thing about like woke 2 and the broader conversation I would like to have today. Like, I think that like we need to update some stuff here in how we're doing things. And like, I've said for probably a bit longer than my transition, even like over half a decade, definitely. Like, the bigger shift that people need to go through in their politics is not just from any given like position leftward in theory, because it's really not as meaningful as people think. Like, people hit a wall with how far left they are in theory with their platforms and with their like stated beliefs, and you have to actually be doing stuff, right? And it's not just about platforms, it's also about like, you know, stated beliefs of people in their lives. Like, if you work for BAE Systems, for Raytheon or whatever, and you aren't like use it there so that you can use that position to like leak shit to the resistance, or, you know, you're using the big paycheck to like fund the resistance or something, it doesn't matter if you have communist beliefs. Like, you're helping fascism then, you know? Like, just like very straightforwardly. If your position like as a left public figure is like stating leftist beliefs, and that's what you do, like, yeah, I mean, look, we need sort of fucking kindergarten teachers of the left. Like, we need that. That's the thing that like has a value. But I think we have too many. Like, I think we have too many people who are like just doing the sort of like, you know, theoretical consciousness raising, and after a certain point it's like you're talking to an audience of adults. You're talking to an audience of people who are capable and who are passionate, and like this has been a problem of woke 1, definitely. It's just like trying to just be the most woke without actually trying to make the world align more with our beliefs about how the world should work. And that's because it takes hard work, and like it's actually a lot more comfortable emotionally to just say, well, everything's kind of fucked. And this is why woke 1 became completely like plagued in doomerism. Well, everything's fucked, and that's my like political analysis of stuff. As a communist, I think everything's really fucked. And that's the end of it, you know? It's a thought-terminating cliche. Because to say everything's fucked, and by working really hard, probably for a long time, and maybe for the rest of our lives, and other people taking up the work and going beyond that, we may have communism, isn't exactly cheerful. But it also loses the like the comfortable easiness of like, well, it's just fucked. It's just fucked, you know? I've taken so long getting through this one article. This is kind of insane. Okay. Let's push on. Let's do it. We can do this. That's all the more true now as attention isn't bestowed on blah blah blah. Right, newspaper editors. Okay. The winners of the attention awards today are typically people who said some outrageous things in the past, or are still saying them in the present. When you're dealing with podcasters or streamers who talk unstructured and unrehearsed for hours each week, if not every day, there's going to be so much said that it's almost inevitable that a dossier of dumb statements can be compiled. Not Sophie from Mars. I just am always correct, unfortunately. And you all should pay money for how correct I am. To write those people... I'm being such a dickhead right now. To write those people out of acceptable political discourse is to back yourself into a shrinking, sanitized corner of the public sphere. Good take, Ezra. Booker admitted on Pod Save America that when he had said he would never go on Piker's show, he had never heard of Piker. His communications director had read him a list of the 4 or 5 worst things Piker had said, and Booker used that as the basis for his response. Booker got piled on for that admission, but I appreciate the honesty. That is, in practice, a version of how many of us make our judgments. Algorithmic media is an engine of motivated decontextualization. I'm very sure that Ezra took a step back and patted himself on the back after writing this sentence, and he earned it. That's a very nice sentence. Algorithmic media is an engine of I fucked it up. Algorithmic media is an engine of motivated decontextualization. We see other people in snippets that serve the agendas of those who cut them. We are fed 30-second clips shorn from multi-hour streams, 2-sentence quotes ripped from long conversations, old comments that obscure subsequent change. We have to be careful about being lulled into believing these shards represent anyone's whole person. We should not be afraid of finding out who those people are, of seeking to change them, or of allowing ourselves to be changed by them. People, if you haven't, guys, if you've not watched the Mars Trilogy video, please, there's so much I'd like to say, but I've just already said it there. What did I want to say here? There was a particular thing I wanted to get at with this. Trans people often encounter cis people who, it is very clear, are on a journey. And it's never been massively my impulse, unless I know the person very well and care a lot about them. But often, when trans people encounter a cis person who's clearly on a bit of a gender journey, they take on a nurturing role and try to get them to have the realizations that they need to have. And I know the stakes are different, fundamentally, especially with someone with a massive platform like Ezra Klein. But I do wish that, people on the left took a bit more of an approach of, liberals are leftist eggs. They just haven't hatched yet. And, again, to restate this very important one to me, when you then start to actually take political action and think about the action you can take and try to do things to change the world with organizing, that this is a much more significant, hatching in practice. But I just wish more leftists would just treat liberals like the babies they are. Sorry. Try to nurture liberals. Try to treat liberals as leftist eggs. Okay. That was the Ezra Klein article. We've done one article so far. We've got a two-parter in the New Statesman that we will get to in a second, but I want to have some your party discourse before we do, because we're talking about woke, we're talking about woke 2, we're talking about the resurgence of the woke movement. And this is an exercise I think will be interesting to get into. VOD watchers, this is definitely the main comment homework if you want to leave a big comment today. And chatters, let's discuss this. We're imagining woke 2. When I say woke 2, I mean there was this project of politics, of progressive views, of socialist views, of revolutionary change to the world to make it fairer and freer, that was called woke. That was woke 1. And when Trump was reelected, people declared woke to be dead. I immediately was like, woke isn't dead, that's a ridiculous thing to say. But over time, I've thought about it, and in practice, woke was shunted away, right? It was shunned, it was knocked out of power in a somewhat meaningful way, because Capital was trying to recuperate woke in the 2010s in a really gross way everyone got really sick of, and it definitely it massively detracted actually to people's enjoyment of and favor for progressive ideas, because I just basically mean I do think Starbucks putting rainbow flags everywhere didn't help gay people very much overall. I think that Willada says, is it doomerism of me to think that most libs around me are more of a right-wing egg than a left-wing egg? For sure not all, but yikes. I think you're letting them win. I think you're have you tried? Have you tried without shaming, and tried in a nurturing position, and tried in a variety of different ways that are trying to get through to people patiently and with long conversations? Yeah, a lot of liberals are nasty, but I just yeah, doesn't it sound like a thing that a capitalist would really love for you to believe? That most liberals are more likely to become right-wing than left-wing, if pushed, or if reached out to, or whatever? I think it is. Woke went back in the closet. I do think, so Morgana says, what separates woke 1 and woke 2? I think nothing. And yet, there is a moment of reflection where people are getting really fucking mad at how bad things are right now. And a new momentum is coming in. And there are a whole bunch of people who saw shit go wrong with how the culture around leftist politics was under what we're calling woke 1. And this is just a specific moment where we could go, what should woke 2 be like? What will we change? How will we do things differently? So when I'm saying things like the left has a problem with just using shaming and nothing else as a tool, that's an example of where I think that woke 1 went wrong, and it helps us to try to distance it by saying this is a place where it did go wrong, because people get this urgency, and then they're you can't don't criticize the project as it exists right now. So I'm saying here's a little bit of distance, right? We can say the project is getting going, it's just starting, and we're criticizing the things we can say concretely did not help in a project that didn't win, right? We're doing this in waves, right? The revolution will always be in waves. Revolutions themselves are waves of a bigger social change. We can see that some things have not worked with woke 1. I've been talking about this for a while now. One of the things I think is very pronounced is that a lot of people get woke, or have done, and then find people who match with their politics very strictly, and they exist in a very woke space, and then they're like pretty chill with that being the way things are. And that's not actually like changing the rest of the world. That's a this is like, I know this is going to come across as the typical conservative sounding like woke echo chambers, safe spaces thing. But realistically, like, if you want to make the world a better place rather than just hang out with people who agree with you, like, you can't rely on safe spaces. You can have safer spaces. You can have, like, good organizing practice to make it so that the people who are in your organization are treating each other well. But you can't have, like, complete safety from things that you'd rather didn't exist in the world. You have to, like, go out and change things for those things to not exist. And I don't just mean changing people's minds, like, let's say racism is a thing that exists in the world, and you like, I'm not saying going and changing the mind of a racist to no longer be racist is the thing there, because like racism is a systemic and structural force, like enormously, right? And it will probably do more along the way to change the mind of any individual racist if you build up networks that are helping to like feed and house people and take care of their basic needs, when like racism is being used as a scapegoat to distract from how the ruling class is fucking everybody over. If like a multiracial coalition of people are providing people with free breakfasts, that's what the Black Panthers were doing. And it was working. And that's why the Chicago police and the FBI had to work together to assassinate Fred Hampton. To restate it, I'd like us to discuss a little bit what's going in Woke 2. What can we identify as problems that happened in our first attempt to push a woke politics that were, failures? Like, what things did not work well? And to do this, you have to not just, like, lay the blame at people who aren't... lay the blame at the feet of people who aren't you. You know? You have to see what stuff we've all taken part in as woke people, as revolutionaries of the woke revolution, that, like, didn't help. It can't just be like there were too many liberals or whatever. Like, of course there were too many liberals. That is a problem. But it's like, how do you interact with the liberals? How do we, like, get liberals to fucking crack and like, like embrace the politics that matter and like work with us in helpful ways? Willada says, didn't use shame but might not have used enough of an open mind. I might need to look at myself again. Audrey Stardust says, I feel frequently exhausted by being like someone's first encounter with a trans person, but I also find it way higher in my priority hierarchy to be as good and as patient as I can with people and believe in their capacity to change. A similar approach with libs is definitely required to build coalition. That's definitely one of the most valuable lessons I've learned while community organizing. See, I'm actually like quite the other way around. Like, if I say to someone that I'm a communist and they've never met a communist before, I think I'm much more likely to be like really soft and patient with them. And if they say something stupid, I'll just be like, no, that's a bit silly. You've been misinformed about that thing. There's a very deliberate propaganda effort to make people think that thing. Like, for example, anyone who calls himself a communist must be a Stalinist and must support all the actions that Joseph Stalin took, right? Like, that's a good example of where I'd be like, no, like, I believe in the end goal of communism, the abolition of classes and money and borders in society, and everyone having as much as they need, and everyone giving as much as they can, and everyone having generally a pretty chill time. I'm a utopian. I believe in this as an achievable world. And if someone says something uninformed to me about me as a trans person, that's my personhood, and I'm a lot more likely to just be like, fuck you. Like, I don't like, I'm completely burned out on being seen as a representative of trans people. among other things because like representational politics is just like tedious and not a very good theory of change. It does matter, but it's just like we can't all be ambassadors. And like if someone, for example, this has happened before, and it led to like someone almost physically attacking me. But I still like I believe in my right here, right? Someone started a conversation by saying, "Are you a man or a woman?" And especially older people, and this was an older person. That wasn't the person who nearly attacked me. It was I think his son. But like, especially older people, I've had this plenty where people will chat to me a little bit and then after a bit be like, "Are you a man or a woman?" And I'll be like, this has been clumsily phrased, but this person clearly like is trying to be on a level with me here and is trying to move through a confusion and a lack of understanding that they have. This guy was just like, "Are you a man or a woman?" And it's just like, that's rude. So I just said, "That's rude." And things got worse and worse. But like, this is an example of where I'm just like, I believe in my right to say this, and my right to be pissed off if someone says something that is rude. Like, that's fucking rude, you know? Morgan the Face says, "You can tell by the way they say it." Yeah, I mean, that's it too. Like, there's a contextual thing. There's all sorts of little indicators. Chat, tell me about Woke 2. Tell me about what we're going to do differently, because, like, I need for people to get a strategic head on about this stuff and think, like, in terms of how we expect things to change and how we want to go about making change. Like, what should be different in a new wave of wokeness? All you said was, "That's rude." No, the thing I said that made the guy start... I'm not going to get super into it. I said some more stuff. I didn't say anything that warranted almost getting attacked by a Millwall fan. But that's... He was a bigot, so what do you expect? I will say I didn't say anything, like, demeaning. But I did say more stuff. Audrey Stardust says, "I relate for sure. And being a trans rep as an individual is much higher stakes and danger than, like, baby talking a lib. I'm really sorry that happened. It's insane how cis people feel confidently making people uncomfortable while being nosy as fuck. But with that said, a second ago, there's a line with both. And my line with being a trans person is definitely the second their tone gets a bit incorrect for my takes. Yeah, absolutely." Valerie the Lovely Italian says, "We should have bigger flags, I reckon. And bigger tables and fancy dramatic choirs. In Woke 2? I think my biggest thing, is immediately, like, real meaningful change. Like, just, like, a much, much bigger focus on organizing, because, like, we're just plunging into, like, a nightmarish crisis of things completely collapsing around us right now, and we're going to have to, like, do better than we're doing. But this is a kind of change I find myself reaching for, where I think I'm not doing a very good job of being descriptive, right? Because I'm just saying more of the thing I like, and it's probably best to talk about, like, how... like, how we make more change towards the world we want to see as more important. I've been thinking tons about this line that someone said at Glastonbury. I saw a clip of. He said, like, everyone's saying free Palestine, free Sudan, free Lebanon. You guys have to free the UK. You have to free Europe. You have to free America, because those are the places that you can free. And doing that will also help the other places. And I feel like strategically that's one of the things I'd really like to see a lot more of. Like, I think that a lot of people have become conscious of imperialism and colonialism and international geopolitical horrors going on. And this has made them want to show up to lots of Palestine marches, whatever. And, like... What about think global, act local? You know, like this is a pretty well known idea for a long time, right? Valerie Valkyrie, did I say thank you for the £3 tip? I'm not sure I did, but thank you, Valerie Valkyrie, for the £3 tip. Audrey Stardust says, I think normalizing community organizing, getting people to be interested in uplifting their community members, an expansion for the assembly idea, normalizing the idea of policing alternatives on a community level. Those are really good answers for woke 2. Thank you, Audrey, for our first big answer on the woke 2 question. I think, like, yeah, normalizing community organizing, definitely big. I think that, like, this is going to be a big part of how we have to respond to crisis if people are going to survive, if the most precarious people are going to survive. And also, like, I do kind of believe that someone is going to do this organizing, this, like, community organizing that brings people together. In some cases, in some places and instances, it's not going to happen, and people are just going to be, like, fucked. And then they're going to be very embittered, and they're going to be very sympathetic to fascist talking points. In other instances, I think that, like, reactionaries will do the organizing in communities to, like, benefit people where they see there's an opportunity to do that. Like, it has happened before. It's a thing that can absolutely, like, happen. And I think that, like, there's almost a taking for granted that, like, the left at the moment is, like, is correct about stuff, is morally correct. So, like, we just keep on doing the stuff towards the correct ideas. Like, again, like a big march for Palestine. And it's like, yeah, but, like, if someone's on benefits while also working a full-time job, which there are plenty of people like that in the UK, for example. I'm sure there are plenty of people who are both on welfare and working and just not paid enough in the US as well. I know there are in Europe. Like, those people are not, yeah, gonna feel like that's a project that's doing anything for them. And I know we can walk and chew gum. It's just that we've been only doing the one. I'm not saying don't do the Palestine march, right? Like, crucially. Morgana says more guerrilla gardening. I like that. That's a fun one. Gayest Potato 2 says, I would say more community. That's a tricky one because I'm going to read the rest of the comment in a second. I just want to say, this is what I mean when I said a second ago, more of people, like, actually taking action and doing stuff. I realized what I was saying was just kind of like the goals of the world I'd like to see more of this thing, and that's like I need to talk more about, like, stuff towards it. But there's the rest of your comment to read. But I'm just saying that, like, being less alienated and living in community more with each other is a goal of the world we want to see, right? Like, we need to think about how we operate in community. That said, I think people have been. I'll read the rest of your comment. I don't know why I'm delaying this much. Especially after COVID, a lot of people are very isolated, even if they are around people. If we build parallel infrastructure that feeds houses and takes care of people, they will have the time and energy to engage with leftist ideas and actions. It will also make them feel less powerless. Sorry, it took a long time to write, lol. Yeah, that's a good answer. Yeah, I think, like, one of the big focuses people really massively need to have, like, and I do think it is good for people to be hearing some of this stuff, some of this Ezra Klein type shit about, like, listening to people who disagree with you, is, like, people have become really, really atomized and, like, alienated on their, you know, their experience of the world is mitigated by social media. They're, like, yeah, they're just getting what the algorithm feeds them. And, I don't know, I just, like, pardon me, sorry. They're just getting what the algorithm feeds them, and in a space where you are effectively powerless to change the world, simply having the most correct opinion is the expression of, like, superiority and powerlessness. And I think that's what we've been dealing with, and has been one of the big failures of woke one. Oh, pardon me. So burpy now. I blame the iron brew. like yeah, I think that people needing to like get out and like have a tolerance for people who disagree with them is important. I think people's tolerances in general is a big one. I've been talking a bunch about like a lack of conflict resolution skills people have over the last few weeks. Is a big thing that I'm just like realizing recently, is just how completely lacking in conflict resolution skills people are. Which is the fault of the society that we live in, right? We live in a very alienated society that has stripped us of community and of like these normal human experiences. But then like people in their experiences of building community are being like very intolerant of each other, and especially in a way where like conflict is no one is attempting to de-escalate their conflicts, and so conflicts are just like rapidly spinning out of control and just tearing apart communities. And even before you get to something like cancellation and people, the like effects that people are having on each other when people get ostracized. To Distraction, thank you so much for the £21 and 1 pence donation. No message. Thank you so much. Just the fact of communities being torn apart by conflicts, like, is a terrible gaping wound, and like that is a lack of conflict resolution skills. That is a lack of, like, that is, and I'm not talking here about like people disagreeing politically, but about people like coming into conflict with each other, people hurting each other, right? Like, this is a thing that people need to know how to move through in a way that doesn't try to just discard one person or the other. In a way that doesn't say fuck you forever, because like I've just seen too much of this for years and years now, and it's especially strong in woke spaces. I think genuinely, like, I just see people dealing with each other on way more human terms in spaces that are not like quite aggressively woke. And it becomes a competition to see who can like push the other out of the like woke space and woke like bubble. And it happens on an individual level, and it happens on like an organizational level too, like organizations kind of like coming into conflict and then saying fuck you forever. It's no good. We're communists. Our strength is meant to come from working together, and to do that you have to sometimes go, I don't like you very much as a friend anymore, and also we're in each other's lives in a way that I have to respect and not try to just like get rid of you. Socha Flora says, the paradox of intolerance is far more widespread of an idea in the woke movement than anything Karl Popper has to say really deserves to be. It's true only to a point. Middle-earth Marxist, thank you so much for the £2 donation with the message, woke, the new one, will definitely need more treats for Sophie. I definitely comfortable living wage and no longer having to pay rent and a nice cozy house with my wife are all very important parts of woke too, in my opinion. Million Peaches, thank you so much for the £3 donation. Woke too, maybe shrimp? I think shrimp should be involved. I think this is definitely something. It might be. Willow Treason here says, we need to be protecting and looking out for people who engage in arrestable action. Fantastic take. Here we go. This is a good answer. I knew it would take a second to get going with this conversation, but like, this is good. We need to be protecting and looking out for people who engage in arrestable action. People like to argue a lot about what kind of Aggie stuff is or isn't necessary, but since it's inevitable, we need police station support, prisoner support, showing up to be there for people at court, building spaces people can disappear into, etc., etc. Second message, burnout is a massive issue already, but waves of mass arrestable action like we've seen without sufficient care in place is an amazing way to get people traumatized, burnt out, and feeling undervalued. Yes. Every friend of mine who's experienced arrest is like, well, that's a traumatizing thing. Like, being detained is a traumatic experience, and it's, whenever I encounter this, I'm just like, yep, it definitely is, and a whole bunch of people are treating it in an adventurous style where they're just like, yeah, I've been arrested this many times, and you're encouraging younger, less experienced activists to go get arrested and therefore traumatized, and they're not going to receive adequate care for it. Great takes, Willow Treason. Big support, big agree. Pardon me, sorry. Oh, so many burps. I've been saying this a bit. Again, I really think the super important thing here is, as we learn and build on our experience, is for us to adequately take care of each other. And like good conflict resolution and therefore being able to be in community with people is one fundamental part of that. And another fundamental part of that is just seeing to people's needs. This is a great, like what Willow Treason's just said, like great example of people's needs that are not being addressed. Is like proper care for people who get arrested, also proper care to make it so people can not get arrested, because like that's a thing that's just not like properly being considered, I think, by enough people. A lot of people have like preemptively surrendered to the surveillance state, and they're just like, well, if you do this thing that you can get arrested for, you will get arrested for it. And that's just not actually the case. Like, it's, of course I wouldn't encourage anyone to do anything that you can get arrested for, because the law is the arbiter of morality. So obviously doing things that are legal is doing things that are right and good, and doing things that are illegal is obviously doing things that are bad in all cases. We know that shoplifting to feed starving children is bad. Like, we know that. Audrey Stardust said, my community organizing started with DSA, and specifically the Social Feminism Working Group that focuses on demons and trans rights demos, maybe this was meant to be? Trans rights / issues, and honestly it was really refreshing. The DSA meetings themselves definitely has a push aside vibe from time to time, but I'm the SOC Fem working group. We have such a big focus on seeing / hearing each other, as well as having basic structures in place to work through disagreements, and it helps talk not bog down direct action. In the feminist organizing group I'm in, like, there's just a lot done well and right that I hopefully will, like, I'm not going to talk publicly about this group, at least for a while, I think. But, like, I do want to talk about things I've learned there, and, like, protocol for communicating in meetings, and, like, structuring meetings that I think that people, once you pick it up, is unbelievably simple and straightforward. But then also just so many other things, like it being treated as a given that there will be like a welfare officer, like a person who you will speak to if you're having a shit time in the meeting because we're discussing something that's like quite triggering, or like you just suddenly come over all dizzy, like they're in charge of like taking care of you. Like this kind of stuff I'm just not used to seeing in the left properly, and it's like everyone's patting themselves on the back quite significantly if like somebody ordered a pizza for the meeting. I'm like, people who spend most of their time organizing should eat for free most of the time. People who spend most of their time organizing, unless they're like actively on the fucking run, should be housing secure. Like, that, it's crazy to me that that's not the case for really anyone. There are people who are like working round the clock to try and make a better world, and we on the left are not like making sure they have a place to crash, right? Like, that's insane. Alice, welcome to the chat. Lovely to have you here. Alice says, I think a webzine about meeting communication protocol would be massive. Yeah, I think there are, as ever, a variety of different ways to get messaging stuff across. But yeah, I think like teaching it to more people, something I've been quite big on recently since I started teaching Woke School for the Hub, the curriculum for Harm Reduction Hub volunteers. And I call it Woke School because it just is, like, we're just training people to be woke. Like, I've gotten quite big recently on, like, you can put together a course as organizers or activists, and as long as there's just capacity to do it, you can just train whole cohorts of people in this way. And I think a bit down the road, I'm probably going to find myself teaching a brief, like, good organizing skills and good organizing practices thing or something, if I can pull people together to do it, because I just think, like, you can just churn out, like, maybe 30 at a time, like, activists and organizers who've been brought up to speed on the same page about something and how to do this stuff well. And I think that, like, getting the information out in a ton of different ways is really good. Jenny Azoth, thank you for raiding with a party of 2. It's lovely to have both of you here. Welcome to the stream. Welcome in. Morgan the Face says, just make sure you don't train any kids or else you'll melt their brains. That's true. You can't teach kids about woke. It's too much for their little brains. Audrey Stardust says, I'm very interested in putting together courses in better organizing practice. I'm still very, very fresh. Yeah, it's an interesting one. It's tricky, but but I think it can be good. We're gonna go on to another article shortly, but I would like to keep on having this conversation about woke 2 and about, like, the differences in woke going forward, how it's going to be a different thing, because it clearly needs to be a different thing. I must go pee or I will explode. I'm gonna see you all in a sec. Please remember, if you're enjoying the stream, to consider paying for the stream. I am doing my job right now, and it's really nice when I get paid for doing my job, which is like a polite way that I say I'm not getting paid all the time for doing my job, and that's kind of fucked up. Please consider paying for the stream if you've been enjoying the stream. And, like, I'm sick at the moment, so please. I'm going to be back in a couple of minutes. I got to go pee. And then we will look at some stuff in the New Statesman about how... Oh, wait. No, we will look at the Your Party collapse first, because that shit's nuts. And then we'll look at some New Statesman stuff. And I really would like there to be time to look at this Ezra podcast bit a little bit, but I'm not sure that there will be. Okay. I'll see you in a couple of minutes. Please use command tip and donate. Thank you so much. Okay, I'm back. Hello, 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 and hi. And I'm back from peeing. Hello. Okay, we've got a few other comments. Here we go. Another great comment from Willow Trees in here. Okay, so not looking after each other massively defangs us too. It's often our most engaged radical members who face the brunt of police violence. It's another big cost on the deal we're all making. I lived in squats for years that were often the heart of community organizing / survival networks. That was both a vulnerable position and an important community resource, constantly at risk of destruction and often neglected. Absolutely, I completely agree with this. Community isn't just a nice thing, it's how we mentally and physically survive and continue upholding each other. This is extremely, extremely true. A thing I've been saying to a few people recently is like, there's a deal going on, because we're all incredibly alienated and lonely. Like, loneliness is the capitalist disease. There's a deal going on that people like are in community and are like a part of something with leftism and with like being, you know, in woke spaces in exchange for like free labor that they're putting in. And we don't address that deal until we're excluding people from it. Like, until we're saying like this person doesn't get to be in community, doesn't get to access community. A lot of people just don't acknowledge that there is like a deal going on and a trade being taking place rather. And I think that people should be. I think that people should be like acknowledging the labor going into the movement and like trying to reward it a lot better. Willada said, not sure if this is part of woke too, but for me it means I should try to find some local group again. Stopped as I got too often burned, that after I realized the group I was with would throw me under the bus for almost nothing because I'm trans and disabled. But not sure how I do that yet. Tips are welcome. Any advice people have for Willada is welcome. Okay, alright. Let's go on to the New Statesman stuff. I'm going to try and press through some stuff here. We're going to be talking about angry young women. This too is... Oh shit, I keep doing this. No, we're talking about your party first. Okay, quickly, first, what's happening with your party? Chat. It's a fucking shambles. Alright. I have something from a Scottish publication here discussing it. A Scottish publication called Bella Caledonia, which I've heard is like broadly fairly good. And I wanted a Scottish one specifically because the Scottish part of your party has split off from your party this week, which is just like, it's in such a fucking shambles. And I think it does come down to like the people at the head of like the Corbyn project trying to like seize far too much control overall of the thing and just ruining a good thing for everyone. Morgana says Mule watchers will know why. Well, okay, I'm going to read through this. Hopefully I'm not repeating too much content for people who are both fans of me and Mule and watch both streams, but it is part of addressing and discussing how woke is back, to talk about how woke is continuing to have problems, because otherwise we can't fully transition to woke 2. Okay. The article by Owen Maitland. Your party is dead. But what comes next? I'll admit that when your party was first announced, I was skeptical. As a long-standing advocate for independence, I had my doubts a UK-wide socialist party would work in Scotland. The wider British left have often shown themselves incapable of understanding our distinct social and political landscape. But the numbers spoke for themselves. Exactly. Sorry, this is my point though. Even those of us who are skeptics were faced with a pretty stark choice. Either sit out what looked to be a generational opportunity to build a mass socialist party, or get stuck in. I felt it was my responsibility to get stuck in. Sorcha Florida says, your party didn't patch their version of woke, that's why this all happened. They were running woke 1. Yeah, they were running an outdated woke. They should have had their automatic OS updates turned on. Moldy Bread Loaf, welcome to the chat, says you're a first-time chatter. Moldy Bread Loaf says, dark woke in the chat AMA. And I would, so dark woke is something I've been talking about a bit with woke too. So genuinely, if I may submit a question to our dark woke comrade, do you think that the people burning down the warehouses is dark woke? And if so, why is it different from regular woke? And if not, why not? Because I think that like this is a thing I think people are like, I've seen some people describe like what activists are used to calling spikier action as being dark woke a lot of the time. Million Peaches says, I know it's been said before, but it's amazing that's the name they stuck with. Like, what the fuck? I quite liked it, to be honest, but I still don't think it's a workable name. I think it's an entertaining name. Okay. 9 months later, having just resigned, along with my 12 comrades from the party's interim Scottish exec, ISEC, it's abundantly clear that your party cannot be the mass socialist party Scotland needs. It would be pointless to have any discussion about what the Scottish left does next without understanding exactly how and why YP crashed and burned so spectacularly, and what this tells us about about how Britain-wide parties treat Scotland. It's fair to say, for the most part, the people who came together to build your party in Scotland were savvy enough not to have blind faith in the project's unofficial leaders in London. Even after the embarrassing fiasco of membership portals, folk were undeterred. If this really was our party, then we would build it ourselves, with or without London's help. Even without access to resources or finances, branches flourished, building strong local networks of dedicated members all across the country. But this growing movement in Scotland was on an inevitable collision course with the party headquarters down south that predictably didn't seem all that interested in Scottish autonomy, despite constantly publicly proclaiming they were. This all seemed to change with the YPS founding conference. Despite a few bumps in the road, Dundee was, broadly speaking, a success. YP in Scotland voted to support Scottish independence, to allow dual membership, to stand in the Holyrood elections, and most strikingly, voted to become an organisationally independent sister party to the broader UK outfit. The conference organising group, composed of delegates from the existing proto-branches, was appointed by conference to see out the implementation of these votes as the interim Scottish Executive Committee. Jeremy Corbyn stood on stage before the party's Scottish members and declared full-throated support for the Scottish Party. In retrospect, his comments call to mind the words of Brendan Behan. Trust not the alien vicar, nor his creed without reason or faith, for the foundation stones of his temple were the bollocks of Henry VIII. Okay. Moldy Breadloaf says, I think dark is more of a self-aware approach to it, as in you have to frame your goals in terms of how it helps you personally. Something like a martyr role wouldn't fit into it, but fighting against authority in favor of the oppressed does count. So, dark woke is just egoist anarchism. Is that what I'm taking from this? Because I've seen someone describe, someone sent me a Tumblr ask that I described as dark woke, actually. They were describing, like, finding out about a TERF and basically, like, cucking her, or whatever. I was just like, yep, that's full-powered dark woke. Lorcan says, I swear to Bob, your party has been the biggest example of missed opportunity in left-wing politics in a long time. The Greens have rushed into the space that your party could have occupied, and now it's too late for Crombies. It's like... Yeah. It is astonishing. Like, I kept on telling people, like, let's try and have a little bit more patience, but at the same time I acknowledge that it's their job to appeal to us. That's the thing they're doing. They've chosen to do this, you know, as a public platform thing, as a electoral politics thing. That means they need to win our support. Oofa. Valerie the Lovely Italian says, dark woke is basically just being mean or edgy, though edgy is a loaded term too. Moldy Breadloaf says, thing is, even if people don't like it, as long as they're weaker, it doesn't matter. I don't understand what you mean by that. The positive experience of the conference papered over many members' doubts about Party HQ's commitment to Scottish autonomy and an entrenched and undemocratic leadership cabal down south. Soon we thought we'll have an elected CEC that will surely support our conference's democratically agreed decisions. We were wrong on all counts. ISEC contacted HQ on February 18th with clear timelines and processes for deciding where to stand in the election and selecting candidates, as well as proposals for electing a proper SEC. That email was ignored. That's great, guys. As were all subsequent attempts to contact HQ for the next month. Calls, texts, and emails, which were answered relatively quickly before conference, were now being stonewalled. This went on for weeks, all while our lone Scottish rep in the CEC, Neil Christie, was similarly ignored in his attempts to get Scottish issues on the CEC agenda. This left us at a loss. Moldy Breadloaf says, because if they are weaker and they disagree, they want to act as though they are stronger and do the same as you. You've really lost me here, bud. I really don't get what you're talking about at this point. Wallada Crombies is Jeremy Corbyn. Let's carry on with this. This left us at a loss. With the deadline for candidate nominations fast approaching, it was becoming obvious that we wouldn't be able to stand. We were losing members in droves. Keen not to keep anybody in the dark, we organised informal regional meetings across the country to gauge members' views. The response was overwhelming. They no longer wanted to stand and were furious with London. Classic London L. Finally, just 2 weeks away from candidate nomination deadline for Holyrood, one senior staffer sent a single member of ESEC a threadbare proposal for standing with no plan for democratic selection processes, and suggested we wouldn't be able to mention Scottish independence during any election campaign, despite the party having voted to support it. This member of ESEC was told not to share this proposal with anybody else. Scotland was not discussed at the following CEC meeting. Then, without consulting ESEC or Scotland's sole CEC rep, HQ decided to rerun the votes on standing in the election online with a deadline just 3 days away from the final day for candidate nominations. It was clear they were looking for a predetermined outcome. The deadline came and went. There would be no Your Party candidates on the ballot for Holyrood, despite 70% of the party's Scottish members having backed the decision to stand less than 2 months before. Our resignation as the interim exec came the day after an all-Scotland online assembly, which drew nearly 200 attendees despite everything that had happened. It was clear to all that by that point, the party in Scotland had run out of road, dead in the water. The question was what to do next. There are hundreds of still active members across the country clamouring for a coherent new left party to take the challenge to reform and the far right. There are many thousands more who showed an initial interest in Your Party before dropping off the map. Given all this, the fact I'm sitting here writing about bureaucracy and process in a dying party with a rapidly declining membership feels ridiculous. We're in a position now where Reform will, in all likelihood, soon be the second biggest party in Holyrood, the first time the far right will ever have had a serious foothold in our national political life. Row the Fairthing line, thank you so much for gifting a tier 1 subscription to Valerie the Lovely Italian. But the need to constantly fight bureaucratic blocks meant there was never a chance to discuss the politics we all know is desperately needed for this to work. A little under a year ago, I wrote a piece for Heckle, arguing the case for a new party of the left in Scotland. In it, I wrote, "There is no party utilising the potential that a radical vision for independence has to politically engage working-class communities. Seizing this vast gap in Scottish politics is perhaps the best chance we have of taking on the far right and winning." As far as I can see, this is still true. After May 7th, we are likely to see a tired and stale SNP returned for a record 5th term in office. They may well be propped up again by compliant green MSPs, happy to wave through cuts and help the SNP sell off our resources for a seat at the cabinet table. It's clearer now more than ever that we need a left alternative, a genuinely socialist party that can re-energize the working class voters who came out in their thousands in 2014, who'd never been near a polling booth before and haven't since. It was the offer of genuine transformative change to the state that only when change to the state that only when that is on offer will we see a break from the apathy and contempt felt towards the political class. The hundreds of people across the country that work to build your party can be the basis of that new party. We can and must build out from there. As we said in our resignation statement, we've missed the best time to act. The next best time is now. So I thought that was an interesting inside perspective on what's been going on with your party, because I think the broad reporting on it has just been like, Scottish Your Party has left the main party, and like your party is trying to like insist on no dual membership and like basically push a bunch of other left organizations out of the party. And I think that it's like a lot of the time I feel like when I see discussion of your party, people are talking about it like, you know, just like it's collapsed, which makes it sound like we're just not getting anywhere with woke politics. And I think that like that was a very good perspective in talking about how there are a bunch of dedicated organizers who are actually super ready to do their shit and really get going with it. They're just really being fucked around by the existing power structures, right? This would be an important one, I think. Like, not enough people interrogate the power structures that are very, like, subtle in the subtly replicating themselves in organizing. Like, this is a really classic one where, again, we're all on the side of, like, doing the right thing. So we're all allied by being, like, against genocide or whatever. Like, that's the example with your party, because your party is it begins as, like, the Palestine Coalition. Just Johnny, lovely to have you here. Johnny says, howdy Sophie, hope you're having a good stream. Yeah, I think it's going pretty well. It would be going even better if more people using command tip and then donating, just saying. We are only about £40 away. If everyone right now used command tip and then donated £1, we would be almost at the goal immediately. Small donors matter a lot. Please use command tip and support the stream. We're aiming for 483 today. We're on 437. It's going pretty good. It's going pretty good in terms of the donor goal. And everyone remember also I'm going to be streaming some games tomorrow. I'm not sure it's going to be Resident Evil yet, but if you watch my socials, you'll find out what it's going to be. Okay, we're going to get into a New Statesman article, and then we're going to look at some... It's a relatively long article. Once we're through it, we're going to look at some graphs from another article, some statistics, because it's sort of a two-parter, and yeah, it's about let me just pull it up. It's about angry young women. I don't know if people have seen the CNN report that's going around. This will be a bit of a heavy content warning. So I'm going to discuss something to do with, like, very intense to do with sexual violence in a second. So, like, just there's your warning. And I'm giving a little bit more time in case people, like, really, really want to click away from that discussion. And I think I've given probably enough time now. If people don't know about this, CNN published this report recently that was, like, what they described as, like, a global online rape academy. That they're, like... Just Johnny, thank you so much for the £10 donation with the message. Well, if I'm treating myself to pizza, I can tip the same to you. Hope you hit the goal. Thank you, Johnny. That's really lovely of you. The report was talking about a website where there were videos of women who had been drugged getting sexually assaulted by their partners, and that there was a Telegram channel, like, spin-off from this space where there were 1,000 men discussing tips on how to do this stuff. And it's like, I'm burping for a different reason because I feel a bit ill. It's a very, very horrible story. I've been saying that, like, since the Giselle Pellicoat case, I've been feeling like something like this might be, you know, going to come out, because they're, like, people use technology to act in ways that align with the ideology that governs their lives. And patriarchy governs people's lives in a huge way that a lot of people don't even recognize as ideological. But, like, men are using technology in very misogynist and very violently misogynist ways. And so most of the ways that you could think of that someone would use technology in misogynist ways, people will. On a long enough time scale, if they keep on being misogynist. Ro, thank you so much for the £1 tip and the message. Between bad internet and exhaustion, I'm going to have to VOD the past few hours of stream. Feel better soon. Night. Good night, Ro. Yeah, it's just like, I think that report that CNN has made about this horrible, horrible thing brings up for me, as an angry young woman, I guess, a core thing about, like, what's so frustrating in this moment, which is that, like, of course something as horrible as this is happening, because look how horrible men are being in public, right? Like, how common has the phrase become, like, OnlyFans in bio, opinion disregarded on Twitter? Like, this is a gotcha catchphrase of misogynists on Twitter. It's like, misogyny in this, like, at this scale, a few years ago, it wasn't this much, like, everywhere and hyper intense. And, like, as people are embracing sex work on a larger scale because of the, like, gig economy style platformization of sex work through platforms like OnlyFans, like, shaming people for doing sex work, this kind of stuff, like, the ways that basically the ways that, like, younger people on social media are talking about women is just so impossibly hideous. And it's not just younger people, right? Like, it's and again, specifically, it's men. Like, there's a whole bunch of people, there's a whole bunch of women who are angry as fuck because, like, men are being unbelievably shit, and we are kind of just supposed to get along in society and just, like, live our lives and not, you know, like, you shouldn't be anti-man, you shouldn't be man-hating, and it's a very, like, disorientingly reality-denying experience to be told, like, we should just be getting along with and, like, to some degree, you know, making our lives with, you know, I'm a lesbian, but, like, you know, even so, like, I live in society with men, right? Like, I want to be in community with people, I want to be in community with a wide variety of people, and men are being fucking atrocious at the moment. And then, like, stuff as hideous and horrible as this thing being reported on the CNN report, like, it makes intuitive sense that some men are doing this looking at the behavior of most men at the moment. And we all should be, like, it just shouldn't have even been, like, men should not have been allowed to get this misogynist. Looking over some chat stuff. Okay, so Willow Treason says, this is the same as a lot of orgs. This is on the Your Party stuff, so rewinding a little bit to the Your Party conversation. This is the same as some of the orgs we write off. Seen some incredibly talented organizers pushed out of community for being, like, SWP members or whatever. I don't care what anyone thinks of various annoying groups, but that's clearly unacceptably narrow-minded. I think that's a really good, yeah, I think absolutely. Like, I've met people who have organized for the SWP. I've met some people who organized for the SWP for a while, and, like, yes, they knew about the ways in which the SWP is dog shit, but they were surrounded by people who were constantly reassuring them that it's fine, because obviously they all are, because they're in an organization together. Of course they're telling everyone that it's fine. Prince Infidel says, it's been 0 days since a man I know has said/done something awful to a woman. Yeah, I just, like, we do exist under patriarchy, and there is an active project to worsen it, and men who benefit from that project are signing up with and supporting the project en masse, and it's really horrifying. Just Johnny says, it was a great idea for your party that was ruined by wreckers who wanted to control and wrangle the positive energy members had into something they could profit from. This is an important thing, I think, for people who use the term wreckers need to remember that there are some wreckers who are being ego-driven in the way where they're trying to just, like, take up all the oxygen in the room. And there are also people who are wreckers who are doing, like, an ego thing that they're self-justifying with, like, being efficient and making, like, strong, tough decisions and whatever. Like, that can be wreckerism too, to try and seize too much control in that way. Okay, we're talking about angry young women. Let's look at the New Statesman article. I just wanted to preface by talking about that because it was on my mind, and it's horrible, and, like, it ties into the broader issue of, like, how, I'm always getting distracted because pretty girls are messaging me while I'm streaming. Terrible. We are talking about angry young women in the New Statesman, and I wanted to preface by talking about that really horrible thing because it's just like, this is the state of men at the moment, and it's very observable, and, like, we're, you know, meant to just get along, I guess. Alice says, what's wreckers? So wrecker is a term that gets used in organizing when someone just acts in ways that just make it impossible for the org to achieve its goals, basically. And there's a variety of reasons why people behave in ways that people consider wreckerism, and it's also, you know, an insult that people use. So it's like, it's not... It's got a difficult use as a term because, like, it's almost always when people are in conflict with each other, someone's getting called a wrecker, and possibly both sides are getting called wreckers. But, like, there are people who, for a relatively tame example, right, there are going to be people you show up to a meeting with and they just want to talk about, like, the most kind of abstracted and philosophical version of the conversation that you're trying to have at all times. And you're trying to just, like, get through the agenda points because you have to, like, progress the meeting. That's still wreckerish behavior. But there's a lot more intensely wild shit that people do than that. Let's get on to the article. Okay. Meet the angry young women. Across Britain, a radical new feminism is rising. By Emily Lawford. It's worth noting, before we get deeply into it, that the New Statesman has done a ton of fucking TERF shit and apologia for fasc shit, because they're the paper of the labor right. So anywhere here that they're publishing someone going, like, check it out, this is the cool new feminism, that's rich from them. And anywhere they're trying to shit on it, even subtly, yeah, because they're full of TERFs and constantly trying to push dark realism, tough decisions. Funny joke name. Thank you so much for subscribing. Everyone, please remember that you can subscribe to the channel to support the streams if you are enjoying the streams. If you're feeling overwhelmed by the Epstein file drop, do not worry, girl, Phoebe O'Brien says in a video facing the camera. O'Brien has bright green eyes, 3 silver nose rings, and cropped blonde hair. The Epstein class want you to hate every other group, she tells her 80,000 TikTok followers. Migrants, brown people, poor people, disabled people, trans people. O'Brien is one of many young, often attractive female influencers whose content spans various left-wing and anti-imperialist causes. Each week she posts softly lit videos of herself denouncing Keir Starmer, Donald Trump, and Israel. I watched a lot of O'Brien's posts before I messaged her. I wanted to understand how she got into this kind of content. In February, we met in a cafe in southeast London. She wore a keffiyeh and sipped hot chocolate, and she told me how the latest Jeffrey Epstein revelations had energized her. It made the right-wingers who claimed to care about women and children's safety look like hypocrites, she said. It was the billionaires who were the real problem. She'd been, quote, teetering on the edge of an anxiety attack since the files dropped. To quell her panic, she'd been, quote, working with other TikTok creators, doing journalist-type things. O'Brien grew up in Leicester, in what she calls a working-class family. She defined this in the Marxist sense, meaning anybody who works for a wage, unlike the asset class and what she calls the billionaire Epstein class. She'd always been progressive, but while studying for her master's degree at Bristol University, she started going to Black Lives Matter protests on College Green and felt inspired by the collective energy she saw there. She already had a TikTok following from sharing random content, but her audience rapidly grew as her posts got more political. Hamas's 7th of October 2023 attack on Israel and Israel's response in Gaza was a catalytic moment for her. I had been talking about immigration issues before, like Marxism, like philosophy. Then it all just became the war. That's an interesting point, just because like short form content creators, unlike say video essayists, right? Like I know a lot of people in MySpace, because in the space I'm in, like a lot of people, because it takes a long time to work on videos, like people wound up being just kind of incredibly quiet on like the most pressing issue that's happening in front of everyone. And that sucks. Whereas people who like make their content by just like setting their phone down and talking to it, they would obviously just start talking about the war as soon as it was happening. O'Brien, I mean, like, sorry, to expand on that, like, when the genocide began, I worked to try and get a video about it out as fast as I could and focused on direct action. A lot of other people in the video essay space don't, like, talk about organizing in direct action, so they didn't have that angle to look at, and, like, worked for a while instead on sort of, like, a take. But I also was talking about it on Red Planet, and like so it's a thing that's clear to me as someone who does shorter form stuff in the weekly podcast and longer form projects like video essays. Like, yeah, it like dilutes your focus on stuff that people consider very, very pressing to make longer form content. O'Brien's content, and that of a growing number of left-wing female influencers like her, is in some ways a mirror image of the content made by male influencers. While the toxic, often hard-right politics of the manosphere has been exhaustively documented, the new generation of female influencers are similarly radical. They're just on the other side of the political spectrum. On the internet, women and men have never been more alienated from each other. Already I'm a little bit worried with like the kind of mirror diagram symmetry thing. Just because it's like, if you're a woman and you're in the disadvantaged position in a relationship anyway because of patriarchy, and like there just is this power dynamic between men and women, and then his politics align with reinforcing that power dynamic as hard as possible, that's just like abusive on its premises. So I don't know about like framing it as too much of a symmetry or whatever. It's a Hegelian dialectic. Online divides have also bled into real life. Exclusive polling by Merlin Strategy for the New Statesman reveals that young women aged between 18 and 30 are by far the most progressive demographic in the UK. This polling found that young women are 26 percentage points less likely to feel positively about capitalism than young men, and much less likely to feel the economy works in their favour. They are also much more pessimistic about the future, their own and everyone else's. They also feel much more negatively towards young men than young men feel about them. While this femosphere spans a range of tones, much of it reinforces this hostility towards men. There are misandrist dating coaches who urge women to reject men altogether, and more explicitly progressive content creators who cover global and domestic policies. Many of the left-wing accounts O'Brien interacted with were withering about men. Megan Cooper, a British trauma-informed holistic therapist, has a podcast called Higher Love, in which she discusses violence against women, hypermasculinity, and, quote, the ecosystem of manufactured male victimhood. On Instagram, Cooper posted about the conflicts in Iran, Palestine, Beirut, and Sudan. I don't know about you, but for the past few months, my bones have ached, she wrote in March. The viscerality of the feminine wound. O'Brien has also shared posts of from Frank Riot, a female artist with long bleached blonde hair. Scroll through Riot's Instagram page and you'll see selfies of her wearing ACAB, bandanas, and suffragette rosettes, alongside infographics about Israel's war crimes. Meet me by the ruins of the war machine, read a recent post. Kiss me at the dawn of its demise. O'Brien told me she considers herself a revolutionary rather than an activist. Revolutionary is more, I want systemic change. I don't want to exist within these same systems. I want to be an instrument of the revolution. I said to everyone, I said in the world is not ending. It was not what people were saying at the time, but I was like, we're just gonna be using the word revolution more. People are gonna be saying revolution and describing themselves as revolutionary more and more. She said she felt anxious seeing injustice and doing nothing. It was a physical sensation in the center of her body. Perhaps this was why women were more likely to be progressive than men, she speculated. This is so fucking dumb. Yeah, it's because of the holy feminine essence. No, it's because we're a fucking oppressed class, dude. Come on. Like, get it together. Lock in, sister. Women tend to be a little more connected to their bodies and their physical sensations and emotions. It seemed like an essentialist, even reactionary view of gender, the idea that women are emotional, physical beings in a way men aren't. But O'Brien said that anxiety spurred her on. The only way I found to release the negative sensation is to act. That's real. That's fucking real as fuck. She's real for that one. There are many reasons for young women to feel downcast. 1 in 4 women in England and Wales have been raped or sexually assaulted. Police record around 3,000 offences related to violence against women and girls each day. The economic outlook for all young people, meanwhile, is fairly bleak, but strikingly, the polling done for the New Statesman suggests more privileged women are the most pessimistic of all. Women in middle-class professions are less likely to say they feel valued by society, and are less likely to believe that if they work hard, they will succeed in life when compared to their working-class counterparts. Young men are now more likely to be unemployed than young women, yet young women are far more financially cynical. They are 21 points less likely than young men to believe they will ever out-earn their parents. White women are more likely to feel the country is racist than non-white women. The lack of hope among this new wave of progressive, educated young women surprised me. In 2015, my school set up its first feminist society. We'd read Caitlin Moran and Naomi Wolf. That's awesome. And we joined political Facebook groups arguing with teenage boys about terms like intersectional feminism and structural racism. We learned about rape culture, Black Lives Matter, whether tanning was cultural appropriation, and if shaving our armpits was a capitulation to the male gaze. That's right, you were woke one. That was woke one, wasn't it, chat? She's describing woke one. But young women have become far more disaffected in the years since. After the isolation of COVID and the Western government's apathy over the war in Gaza, a profound pessimism has emerged that didn't exist even a decade ago. I will point out throughout this entire article, it's just one of the most classic lib slop things, but like just no materialism. We can just never like properly address things through a lens of like class dynamics and like a lens that I mean, you know what? I haven't got through the whole article yet. Gaze Potato, thank you so much for being here. Good night. I hope you have a great night. Everyone, please remember, if you're enjoying the stream, to consider paying for the stream. You can subscribe or cheer or donate directly using Command Tip. We are less than £40 away from the goal for the stream now, which means that everyone could give only £1 and get there. We get to the goal. So even small donos matter. And please support the stream if you possibly can, because I am quite poor, and also my landlord is trying to raise the rent by £250 a month, which I don't have. I spent the past few months in search of the new left-wing young women. It wasn't difficult, they were everywhere. I went to a South London Burns Night Ceilidh, organised by the youth wing of the union Unison to raise money for striking NHS phlebotomists in Gloucester and National Coal Mining Museum workers in Wakefield. Alice Quinrose, thank you so much for gifting a tier 1 sub to Azul Omnipresence. Just outed a lurker there. Azul Omnipresence, you now have a tier 1 subscription to Sophie from Mars. As it was about 80% women, dancing pairs were organized by height, not gender. Tall, dominant, low-voiced people, you're the leaders, we were told. Okay. One January afternoon, I stopped by a protest outside the Ministry of Justice for the Palestine hunger strikers, where a handful of older men and a squad of young women in puffer jackets and Doc Martens were standing together. A girl with red lipstick had written the words, "Blood on your hands," in red ink on her palms. She chanted 5, 6, 7, 8, smash the Zionist settler state. A week later, I went along to the National March for Palestine. As it progressed from Russell Square to Whitehall, there were more than 100,000 marchers, who could be roughly categorized into 3 groups. Muslim men, pensioners selling copies of The Socialist, and what looked like lots of bright-haired girls, though several told me politely that they were non-binary. Okay. You're so clever, the New Statesman. You're so good. You're so clever. You must be so proud of yourselves for everything that you do. Good job. Good job with that. And good luck with it, I guess. Many young women talked about empathy. Women have more of it, they said, than men, they said. Greta Thunberg stopped eating as a child because of climate anxiety. Sally Rooney said in a speech in March that solidarity with Palestine was the only way, quote, to fend off despair. But it wasn't just celebrities. Every woman I spoke to seemed to feel this way. Of course, not every young woman is so progressive, but the trend is stark. The New Statesman's polling showed that Gen Z women were more likely to support causes such as feminism, environmentalism, and anti-racism than young men. Not caring about the news was inconceivable to most women. Was inconceivable to the women I met. How could they not be progressive? How could they not be angry? You're implicitly constructing an essentialism, you know? And it's also, by the way, like a transphobic essentialism. If you won't look at patriarchy as an ideology, you have to say, like, you have to address it as an ideology, an ideology that people reinforce and uphold, and that is being, like... It's like... The women might be described as feminist. The men will be described as misogynist or maybe incel. But, like, addressing that we live in a patriarchy now is required for your analysis to really, truly, like, make sense. Prince Infidel, thank you so much for the 1312 donation. I have no idea what those numbers mean in sequence, but it's cool to receive a completely random donation that just happens to be the numbers 1312. And the message says, since it would be wrong to beat Sophie's landlord with a pillowcase full of hammers, I've chosen to tip. It would be wrong. Very wrong. Because that would be against the law. And that's the only reason, because the law is the only thing that determines what's right and wrong. Walada says, you know the writer is a real protector of women's rights if the article starts with attacking how a woman is dressed. It's really good. It's really, really good stuff. We are now only only £20 away. We're very close to the donor goal now, everyone. You have to talk about patriarchy, and you have to talk about like, you have to talk about it as an ideology that people are reinforcing for your analysis to properly make sense. Otherwise, you just do this shit, and you essentialize non-binary AFAB people just as women. And, like, there's a, inexperience of the queer community. Like, there are people who are whose experience of gender in the world is as a sort of, like, woman light. Like, in many ways they're experiencing the same gendered role as women, but they're using different pronouns. And I think that, like, a lot of them would not disagree with me that that's the case. But, like, my point here is that if you don't talk about patriarchy, right, you remain in a world of like identity politics and identity essentialism where like that's to do with who they are in their soul or something, and not like they are put into a role by the people around them who, you know, we are all to some degree in reinforcing patriarchy, and it's the degree to which we haven't deliberately challenged patriarchy in our minds, in our behaviors, in our lives, in our relationships. One early spring, I went to Mince, a performance night in aid of 5 for 5, a crowdfunder for transgender causes. It was held at the Feminist Library in Peckham, I've been there, and free for dolls, trans women. Cheaper for other trans people, and about a tenner for cis people. The walls were covered in women's liberation literature and posters on resisting immigration raids. A pole dancing class was taking place in the next room. The audience was nearly all young women. The lineup: a disabled Indian classical dancer, an improv double act called Margaret's, a Lebanese-British singer who sang about displacement, love, and everything in between. It felt like a university performance night. Yeah, a lot of activist spaces are very studenty, and for the most part, I don't hate it. Like, I think that like taking a kind of student-like attitude towards some of our spaces and stuff, it's, you know, we all have a lot of learning to do. Joe saying, let's fucking go, she's in me ends? Maybe in your last place. It's a lot closer to me than you now. Where were we? A performer called Angel was doing a monologue about her former job in a bookshop. She read extracts from a book called Morning Glory Milking Farm, a romance fantasy smut novel about a milkmaid and a minotaur. When I googled the book, the first result on YouTube described it as a critique about late-stage capitalism and toxic masculinity. Angel read aloud from the novel. She wondered what it would be like to be fucked by a bull. She paused. I've never had that thought. Maybe it's because I'm gay. Shut up, Angel. Nah, shut up, Angel. As Angel analysed the problematic racial undertones of Morning Glory Milking Farm, I noticed the woman was sitting next to me seemed a little confused. She told me her name was Anna, she was 27, and she lived nearby. She had stumbled into the Feminist Library after seeing a poster outside. She wasn't especially impressed with the Mince performances. She thought they were under-rehearsed. She told me she didn't leave the house much because of her chronic fatigue and pain, which stemmed from reproductive issues linked to endometriosis. She ran an Instagram account on which she posted information about chronic illness. She interacted with a lot of other accounts dedicated to social justice. They all posted similar kinds of content, mostly memes of like the world burning. Anna was convinced that pain was an intrinsic part of being female. Female. Joe says, also trying not to dox myself. No, okay, whatever. Okay. Anna was convinced that pain was an intrinsic part of being female. Okay, so now we talk about patriarchy as an ideology, and we talk about the social construction. Now, please. Women are the ones that give birth, she said. Oh. Oh dear. Uh-oh. Periods hurt. Early sexual experiences were often painful and pleasureless. You're taught to expect pain when you have sex. You're taught that so many forms of discomfort are normal. When Anna talked about sex, I was struck by how she almost sounded like the American writer Andrea Dworkin. So what the New Statesman writer has done here is go to an event where a bunch of trans-inclusive feminists are. And she even says that they're trans-inclusive at the very start of the thing. And then she's spoken to someone who is not necessarily as trans-inclusive. Maybe. It's hard to tell. It's selective quoting. And then she's immediately compared her to Andrea Dworkin and said, there are all these disaffected, angry young women. What we need is more Andrea Dworkin. Huh. Well, Like O'Brien, the influencer, Anna connected her radicalism to the inherent pain of being female. It was not far off how previous do you see that you're doing patriarchy? Do you see that right here you're doing patriarchy? Do you see that this is patriarchy? You've done a patriarchy right here. You just okay. It was not far off how previous generations of feminists might have connected their politics to gendered violence. But the root of younger women's complaints didn't seem to simply be misogyny. It was far more amorphous, touching on almost everything about capitalism, about Britain, about their lives. Anna's politics had become more radical during the long process of getting personal independence payments for her disability. She felt the whole system was set up against her. The experience made her feel dehumanized. I no longer feel politically aligned with this country, she said. She told me that all of the accounts she follows online are run by women or disabled or queer people. There's this real sense of panic and hopelessness, she said about politics. Damn, she needs to watch a video called something like "The World Is Not Ending" or something. I don't know, just something that sounds like, kind of ridiculous and hopeful like that. Ridiculously, optimistic and utopian. I don't know, just maybe people should go to YouTube and type in "The World Is Not Ending, Sophie from Mars" or something. We have policies that aren't looking after us. We have a government that doesn't seem to give a shit if genocide happens. Anna has a boyfriend who she described as a fucking Labrador. He's reading books about how climate change isn't actually that big a deal, and it's hard to separate that from the fact he's not really faced much adversity in his life as a straight white man who is privately educated. I'm probably the adversity in his life, she said. Why are you with him then? What are you doing? When he and his friends talked about the world and politics, it sounded very different to the way she talked with her friends, who were all either female or non-binary. There's female again. She couldn't imagine a group of men sitting around at the pub saying things like, and by the way, I'm not surprised, if she believes that, the inherent pain of being female, I wouldn't be surprised at all if her friendship group is all cis women and AFAB non-binary people. This is a replicating pattern, I think, in some woke social circles I'm seeing. She couldn't imagine a group of men sitting around at the pub saying things like, "I'm really worried about what the DWP is doing to disabled people." Anna didn't want to seem like a man-hater. Quote, "But I do kind of feel like the more revolutionary spaces that I'm drawn to are primarily disabled-led and queer-led spaces, and that they're spaces and groups of people from the fringes of society that understand the need for change because they're living through a time that is really tumultuous and difficult. I don't see that being a priority, particularly for straight, white, able-bodied men." When I asked women what specifically had radicalized them, the war in Gaza was the most common answer. This spring, I went to Leeds to meet Ash, who was part of the university's Palestine Solidarity Group. The group was made up of mostly women, she told me. They organized Gaza fundraising events like bazaars and drag shows and attended regular Sunday morning pro-Palestine marches through the city. The Solidarity Group had raised more than £7,000 this year to support Palestinians. Still, she felt anxious that she wasn't doing enough to help. I feel a lot of guilt even though I didn't commit any war crimes. Politics, we're all benefiting from imperial plunder all the time, so, it's... But at the same time, don't let guilt, paralyze you. But, she's doing stuff, so that's good, but... The thing this is reminding me of a thing I'd like to say about, Woke 1 and Woke 2, right? Woke 1 has, as I already said, the left has too much of an instance of people whose only tool is shame. And sometimes we just turn it inwards, and then it's just we just feel shit and feel guilty about stuff. And that isn't well suited to building a liberation movement because you have to recognize that you are worthwhile, that you are worth saving, and you are worth organizing to provide with your needs met. And that's true of you and your friends friends, and people you don't get on with but who you're in community with, people who live nearby, people who are within the imperial core are worth organizing for. But unfortunately, being beneficiaries of an unjust system, we, our politics points out what's kind of immoral about the way that our lives are structured, right? And if your only tool in all of this is shame towards things that are not sufficiently moral, then yeah. Okay. Politics was Ash's whole life. She spent much more time on her activism than her university work. When she met up with friends, they'd talk about their lives, but it would always return to politics. She didn't like the UK. She was scared of racism and the far right, and outside of her female friends, she didn't think people cared about the issues that mattered most to her. There's nothing for me in this country, she said. Ash told me she didn't have any plans for her future. I kind of put my personal life and personal goals and personal advancement on the side because I'm involved in these Palestine things, she said. If I can do something to make someone else comfortable, I should. Ash first noticed that men felt the impact of the war less keenly when she lived on the 2024 encampments outside the student union. One May evening, Israel struck a Palestinian camp in Tel El Sultan in the southern Gaza Strip. The attack caused a blaze that set tents alight and killed 45 people. Ash remembered watching videos of the attack feeling cold and hopeless. Several women began openly weeping. The male students, meanwhile, were preoccupied with planning the next day's protest. I feel like sometimes men don't feel the gravity of the thousands of people that have died, Ash told me. Men have to take a step back to actually see the situation and empathize with the person, but they don't. If the system is set up for you to benefit, it doesn't really matter. So, I've done a thing with reading this article that I do quite often with Liberal Slop, where I give a little preface to talk about a good example of why there might be a preponderance of angry young women in this case. Like, why there is a valid take in this stuff. And I do that sometimes to provide a contrast against the takes being offered in the article. And women care more about the Palestinians suffering, and men care more about organizing the protests. What is this? You know? Like, what are we supposed to do with this, honestly? Like, this is just... like... Anyway, we're nearly through it. Let's carry on with it. Folks, if you're enjoying the stream, please consider paying for the stream. You can subscribe or cheer or donate directly using Command Tip. We are only £22 away from the dono goal now. So, if you want to unlock an extra bonus stream where I'll be gaming, an add-on to the stack of bonus streams currently taking us into most of May, we're only £20 away from that. And I'll also be playing some games tomorrow. There'll be a lower donation goal on that one. It's going to be a chill hangout stream. Probably going to play some Katamari Damacy if I can't get Resident Evil running for the time being, which is an ongoing struggle. As an aside, chat, I was saying this thing about Resident Evil being lightly modded, and then it crashed when I tried to run it on the stream. It turns out, no matter how, like... the irony in my joke is obvious, but, like, it turns out no matter how lightly I had modded it, it was going to do that, because it turns out it was, like, the mod installer itself. If I had, like, no mods installed and tried to run it, it was still crashing. So, anyway. Alright, let's carry on with it. I wasn't sure how real or widespread this antipathy was toward the opposite gender. I've known several women who insist they hated straight white men while evidently finding them enthralling. I mean, that's very real. And frustrating. But it felt like the divides had grown wider since then, particularly among women who had gone to university who were significantly to the left of their peers who hadn't. It was a Wednesday night, and 7 members of the University of Leeds Feminist Society had invited me to join their book swap. We were in a classroom in the healthcare wing, and there was a pile of books on the table. Margaret Atwood's The Penelopiad? I've not seen this word before. Audre Lorde's Zami, A New Spelling of My Name. Someone had brought Heather Morris's The Tattooist of Auschwitz. We debated whether Harry Potter gets more respect than The Hunger Games because the main character is male, the racial politics of Wuthering Heights, the sexual politics of Sally Rooney. This is a Wednesday night in 2026, and you're talking about Harry Potter, whether Harry Potter gets more respect because the main character is male. And that's the only thing you got to say about Harry Potter. Okay. The literary conversation was winding down. I asked the table how they felt about the young men they knew. "I don't care for them," said a girl called Ruby imperiously. She had red hair and lots of silver jewelry. "They're not bad people, but they refuse to call out their friends who make other girls uncomfortable. They'll laugh at jokes that are sexist, racist, homophobic. They don't care about political issues. I don't think they like women a lot. If a man is attracted to you," she said, he might talk about things like toxic misogyny. If he doesn't fancy you, he won't bother. I feel like a lot of it is quite sexually motivated with men." I asked if they'd consider dating a man with different politics. They all immediately said no. "I don't think I'd even be friends with one," said one girl. "They don't see you as human." I mean, yeah. Okay, like this is the part that's finally getting to the point I was getting at. Only one woman, Evelyn, admitted to having male friends, though she said she was worried this made her a pick-me, trying too hard for male attention. Well, that's a bit extreme. Evelyn was concerned about what the men she knew were watching online. "The stuff that's being said about women is crazy," she said. They're getting all these reels talking about, like, bad stuff about women, and I get reels of women saying bad stuff about men. I try to think, not all the men are like this, but... Ruby had recently carried out a survey for a course. She asked 30 final year students, 15 men, 15 women. It's a tiny sample, but go on, okay. How they'd vote at the next general election. Most of the women said Green or Labour. Men said Conservatives or Lib Dem. All the women around the table told me they'd vote Green. Why is that? Author in the New Statesman. Why Green above Labour? Any particular issues? Ruby also asked her respondents where they see themselves when they're 30. Of the men, all but 2 said they want to be married with children. Only 3 women said the same. Even the women in relationships didn't want to get married. None of the Leeds group found this surprising. Most of their friends felt that way. "It's a much bigger deal for us to become mothers. We have to get rid of our career," Evelyn explained. "I'm not fully against kids, I just really don't want to lose the other things and just become a mother. I want to still be me, and I will probably lose that." These women weren't outliers. According to the New Statesman's polling, young women are twice as likely not to want children as young men. All the Leeds women told me they feared a reform government pressuring them to have babies. One woman mentioned Suella Braverman's pledge to scrap the Equality Act and repeal other human rights laws. It just feels out of control. It all felt impossibly bleak. Most of the young women I met were educated, engaging, bright, and charismatic. But they weren't excited about their futures. They didn't like the men they knew, or the idea of those they didn't. Men were just a threat who could harm or trap them, and the most privileged women were the most downcast. It also didn't feel like students just trying on radicalism for fun. There is a real stratification of different groups under 30. The internet has pushed young men and women further apart. And the people they interact with on the internet reinforce their beliefs. In a vicious cycle, the femosphere both reflects young women's disaffection and perpetuates it, radicalizing them further. A significant majority of young women feel isolated from the rest of the country. The 2 main political parties aren't reaching out to them specifically. They fear reform. Many say they will vote for the Greens in the upcoming local elections, but few seem to believe that will make a difference. They don't feel represented by mainstream politics, and they don't think anyone cares. Their growing isolation could also have profound long-term consequences for British society. It will almost certainly make relationships harder. Fewer than half of young women feel men understand them. Young women are much less likely than men to date people who disagree with their politics. People will get lonelier and angrier, and it's getting worse. Among those under 30, younger women feel the bleakest. Women under 25 are most likely to believe things are stacked against me no matter how hard I try. All the women I spoke to were involved in what they viewed as deeply moral missions to change a world that they believed didn't care about them. Of course it wasn't making them happy. That was kind of the point, though. "I think to be a person that cares about other people," said a Leeds student with the pink hair, "you've got to be pessimistic." Bad take alert. That's okay. You're a student. It's okay. It's okay to be an idiot baby, because you're a baby, you know? There's time for you to, like, get less dumb. Yeah, okay, so what was this article doing? Chat, give me your takes. Let me know what you're thinking about this one. I'd like to look at some of the statistics that they've pulled together, because the New Statesman loves graphs and statistics and charts, and this is actually a two-parter, this particular article. Let's see, was the author the same? Or, no, this was Emily Lawford, and the other one is Scarlett Maguire, but Scarlett Maguire's article has a bunch of different statistics in it. So I think that one thing that really stood out to me was, like, and I said this a couple of times, but just like the what am I trying to say? Again, it's like with Ezra Klein, the mirroring thing, the symmetry, right? Like it must be a similar thing is going on the right and the left in Ezra Klein's case, and a similar thing must be going on between like men's and women's experiences of like radicalization or whatever. And it's just like, no, like women are a disadvantaged class in patriarchy, and men are an advantaged class. Men are a privileged class in patriarchy, and like that's it's not symmetrical. Also, just like, I don't know. I know that spaces are... I'm kind of torn on saying this because, like, I want to say the article is not, like, acknowledging trans women. And I really think they should, you know, like, it's notably there and not there. They weren't gonna write an article that was gonna get published in the New Statesman being like really trans positive. They got their jab in at non-binary AFAB people there, but I just like there is some degree of reality to, like, you know, the reason I'm torn about this is that like there is some degree of reality to like trans women not being unwelcome explicitly in spaces, but just like people have not addressed their trans misogyny and don't know how to like make a space more welcoming for trans women. And then like with how shit most of society is towards trans women most of the time, trans women are naturally wary of these spaces and then seek out spaces where they're just with other trans women instead of being around these like nominally trans inclusive feminist spaces that end up being trans inclusive only to AFAB non-binary people, and trans men and trans women are just like very absent. And it's a pattern that replicates itself a ton. And I think like the reason I'm bringing it up is that this article had a lot of the like the feminine essence that's free of sin, the like, you know, the person assigned female at birth isn't capable of doing any bad things ever, cares more than anyone else about issues, is defined in suffering and pain. It's just like, I don't know. Bad vibes article. Well, Ada said, it made me more angry than the Ezra Klein article, and while expected, I still get disappointed each time it happens. Prince Infidel says, a lot of framing of women's experience with patriarchy as them being misled. Yeah, there is like a hanging thing there, right? Like we understand that that men who are experiencing the radicalizing content on their side of things are experiencing misinformation. They're experiencing a thing that's misleading them and turning them into people who can't really exist in society all that well. And then, as I say, this symmetry and this appeal to a symmetry between things, that's like implicitly going to be telling people that, you know, that's the manosphere and this is the femosphere. Like, sorry, no, the femosphere isn't real. That's so annoying. But woke is back. This is big time further evidence that woke is back. Unfortunately, it does seem like a lot of these spaces are still woke 1, and this is why it's more important than ever that we think about what is in woke 2, how do we make it different? Willow Treason says, feels like they're pathologizing a pretty normal reaction to being young and realizing the structures around you are not there to protect you if you're disabled, feminized, etc. It's very notable to me that they discussed an event that was like for trans femmes for free, but we aren't even included in the policing of how you get to respond to misogyny. Yeah. Morgan the Face says, it's funny because I just went to a sapphic mixer. I could feel the sharp difference between how other trans women treated me and how cis women treated me. Yeah, like, it's a thing. There are plenty of cis women who are, like, excessively normal with trans women and really nice. And then there are just tons of cis women who are, like, lesbians, but they date a trans man, which is, like, bud, how do you feel about that? Why are you not, like, you should... I feel bad for the dude there. But they won't date a trans woman, and it's like, you know, like, they're, you know, not some secret TERF who's about to come out as a massive TERF or whatever. It's just that they just happen to have never dated a trans woman, or really considered when they would date a trans woman, or even hook up with a trans woman or anything. Like, it's just quietly not a possibility, in a way that I think just earlier on this stream I was saying, like, the things that are just quietly not a possibility when you haven't interrogated them, they're actually very ideological things. And in this case, the ideology, again, is cis heteropatriarchy. Okay, some of the charts we have here. Or we could skip the charts and watch some of the Ezra Klein episode. Chat, would we like that? Should we go into the Ezra Klein episode? The reckoning with Israel, one state reality? I'm quite keen to do that, and I think, you know, we've been streaming for 4 hours and 20 minutes already. Which, fucking hell, I've been streaming for over 4 hours. Let's go straight on to looking a little bit at the Ezra Klein thing, because, again, all this today is about how woke is back. We've been saying for a while, is Ezra Klein making a real shift after his conversation with Ta-Nehisi Coates? I think he is. I'd be curious to see how he tries to explain to other liberal Zionists. I think, sorry, it might not be totally fair to call him that. It's just that, like, his offense at liberal Zionists being compared to Nazis by Hassan Piker, it feels like that's because he, you know... yeah, I actually don't know what he would define himself as at this point. That's an interesting point, right? Lorcan's voting very strongly for the charts. Alice says, there's also cis women who are just way too friendly when they realize you're trans. Yeah, there are definitely some cis women who are basically, they're women, they're chasers. They're chasers who are women. There are some women chasers. Like, there are cis women who are bi and haven't been with a cis woman, or they've been with cis women, but it's still obvious that they're, you know, treating, like, a woman with a penis as a very femme man or whatever. And a lot of trans women, like, will talk about this and have had experiences of this, like, women who are just, like, treat them quite fucking badly. Which, again, ties into the idea... This is an important one, actually. Let's pause on this idea for a second, chat. The idea women cannot do things wrong, right? The idea that women are perfect innocents is a patriarchal idea. Shit, I've just seen I got a dono. Woke2, thank you so much for the £2 donation. We are now £20 exactly away from the dono goal, which we might be able to hit if people use command tip. Let's pause on this idea for a second. The idea that women are innocents who are free of sin and can't do anything wrong is a patriarchal idea. Like, it still is reproducing the fundamental differences between men and women, intrinsic, existential, ontological differences between men and women, and that's needed for patriarchy, right? Like a deep division between the two classes of man and woman, and like it is also a core idea used by TERFs, right? So like when there are people pushing a particularly focused anti-trans woman ideology, right? It's the idea that men are scary, nasty perverts who are a danger to women. That's the reason that they should keep trans women out of women's spaces. That's the idea that they're pushing, right? Willow Treason says it's also a very important tool of white supremacy. Absolutely, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, this is a like a dangerous moment in this regard for some of the women that are described in this article, I think. Like, some of the women described in this article are in a space where they haven't done that interrogation of their own attitudes and behaviors ideologically. And so if they're being interviewed and they're saying that there's an inherent pain to being feminine, and they're saying that, like, women just care more than men, like... Oh, that thing about being pessimist, that's really pissed me off. It's just so annoying. Go watch The World Is Not Ending. Million Peaches, thank you. I got distracted. I'd like to watch a little bit of the Ezra Klein thing. I would like to see this reckoning with Israel's one-state reality thing. It's important to my ongoing Ezra Klein project and figuring out whether he is shifting in the way that we hope he's shifting, whether he has potential to become just a little guy and a blowbo of the stream. And we have to find that out by watching his shit takes along the way. So, where are we looking? We've got devices. Perfect. Okay, cool. We're going to do a little bit of this, and then we're going to wrap up. If you've been enjoying the stream, please consider paying for the stream. You can subscribe or cheer or donate directly using Command Tip. It is 11:30 p.m. where I am right now. Please help me to have money and to live. I do this job, and people pay me when they feel like paying me, and it's very strange. And I am doing a job right now. I would strongly argue that I deserve to get paid if I'm doing a job. Here is Ezra Klein's Reckoning with Israel's One-State Reality.
I've been trying to think about how to begin this episode, which is a very, very tricky one. And I found myself thinking about a debate I heard a lot in 2023 and 2024. Free, free Palestine! You would hear these chants and see these signs. From the river to the sea. From the river to the sea. And
oh yeah, chat, you're gonna find this really annoying. As I said previously, you're gonna get really, really mad about even the basic premise of this episode.
It flared into this huge controversy.
Free Palestine from the river to the sea means get rid of all the Jews.
No, from the river to the sea means the land in between is free. Everyone in between is free.
No, this is a genocidal chant.
What was always so strange to me, so backwards about this focus on college campus protesters, was that there was this reality people weren't really admitting, that there is one power from the Jordan River to the Mediterranean Sea. That power, that sovereign, which if you travel in that area, and I have, is just visually undeniable, is Israel. American politics has not grappled really at all with the level of day-to-day domination that Israel exerts over Palestinian lives, and the complete absence of any horizon at all for that to end. And this was true before October 7th. In early 2023, the political scientists Michael Barnett, Nathan Brown, Mark Lynch, and Shibli Talhami published an edited volume called The One-State Reality.
Prince Infidel says, who was denying that, Ezra? This is what I mean. This is what I mean. I knew you would get mad at this. Like, he's trying. He's trying to actually change their minds. He has to, like... This is what I mean. He is trying to, like, actually move things in a positive direction here. It's just he is working from assumptions that, like... Serious talk for a second, actually. Genuinely serious talk about this. Acting like you always knew isn't like politically productive, right? Like, people are on political journeys, and Ezra Klein is a terrible example for this because of the immense access to education and the platform that he has. He's not like a good example of the person we should be like most generous to. But just like, we all learn things at some point, and like, and he's been taking part in reinforcing all of this bullshit for a really long time. It's really hard to defend him, so I'm just not going to bother.
Their argument, which he also made in a very controversial
Midleft Marxist says, a new thought struggles to be born. Can far-right people lie?
foreign affairs piece, was that, quote, Palestine is not a state in waiting, and Israel is not a democratic state incidentally occupying Palestinian territory. All the territory west of the Jordan River has long constituted a single state under Israeli rule, where the land and the people are subject to radically different legal regimes, and Palestinians are permanently treated as a lower caste. What they were saying then is that the hope of a two-state solution in the future had become a way many in America particularly avoided reckoning with the one-state reality of the present. That reality was not accidental, it is not intended to be transient. It was being etched into the land in stone and cement, in settlements and checkpoints, in the construction.
Chat, do you know about this guy? Hang on a second.
Stone and cement, in settlements and checkpoints.
Oh no!
In the
my spacebar did something strange.
In stone and cement, in settlements.
Do you know about this guy? There was a fucking there's a settler who's like, and he's not even IDF. He's an operator. Like, he's a cringe fucking LARPer. There was a photo of him pulling a fucking nasty face at a Palestinian woman, and the Zionists were saying that the photo was anti-Semitic. It's just like, it's gotta be so rough to just be like, so chopped that your own people are like, you can't share a picture of him, that's anti-Semitic.
And checkpoints, in the construction of walls and the demolition of homes. That might have been a controversial claim when they made it. What has happened since October 7th has made it an undeniable reality. Israel now occupies more than half of Gaza. The more than 2 million Gazans have been herded into less than half of the land they formerly occupied. And Gaza, it should be said, was already one of the most overcrowded places on Earth. The conditions Gazans now live in, they're hellish. And there is no near term, there's no imagined, there's no envisioned relief. This is and it remains collective punishment. Hamas, not the children of Gaza, attacked Israel on October 7th. The conditions the children of Gaza now live in they're not moral. In the West Bank, Israel has choked off money to the Palestinian Authority. It has built settlements, chosen to build settlements, at a record pace. More settlements were approved in the last year alone than in the 2 decades before combined. Israel has protected.
I mean, hey, it looks like he's really... He's trying his little hiney off here, actually. I think he is actually really trying to get across to some people in his audience from the position he's in that they and he have been wrong about stuff, and it's not everything, because we literally read an article from him earlier today where he described October 7th as savagery, and it's like, we know that you're not calling the Israelis savages. This is a really noticeable thing, bud. But this is still, I think this is quite large. Like, chat, if you think about where Zionists are at to begin with, and especially American Zionists, because, like, you know, if you're British, it's not as present here in the same ways, but just like the core, like The reason they get so defensive about Israel's right to exist is because it doesn't have a right to exist in the form that it exists in now. It doesn't. Its right to exist to them is about the right for it to eternally punish, destroy, and ethnically cleanse Palestinians, and like, it doesn't have a right to do that, of course, under any international law. There's just, any international law framework that allowed the actions of something like Israel would be defunct immediately as a framework of international law. But just like, the conflation of that and its right to exist, those actions and its right to exist, that's the dissonance that these people have been grappling with. And I think he's doing a good job of explaining to them, like, guiding them through it for all his faults, his many faults. Willow Treason says the concentration of Hitler particles is high. I just love the phrase Hitler particles. It tickles me way too much. Pardon me. Something just hit me about the last article and about, like, pessimism. The reason I like to do streams like this, like when Hannah Spencer won, and like now, there's the fucking warehouse fires, someone set fire to a Raytheon building, Ezra Klein is trying to push people leftward finally, and the New Statesman says there's loads of angry young women. And I just, like, the way it's represented in these publications that would not like to give us hope, and even the way that it's represented by leftists, because we're very bad at spreading hope as a group of people. A lot of people are like, Sophie, you're very, very optimistic and very, very hopeful. I'm just like, I care about us winning, dickhead. You have to give people hope, you know? You have to tell people that you believe that we'll win. Otherwise, what are you doing? Anyway, just like, this is core to me. I just think, like, we have to, like, celebrate positive things, including just, like, more people openly believing the things we believe. And, like, something being expressed in that New Statesman article, how do I put this? It's like, our beliefs exist in response to injustice, and so we are responding to the injustice for as long as it exists, and then when we deal with all of it, would be the point at which we, like, are done, I guess. But it's that Torah passage I love, right? That's just like, do not be overwhelmed by the grief of the world. You are not obligated to finish the work, nor are you free to abandon it. Like, I think about this daily. You have to just go back to this again and again, right? Do not be overwhelmed by the grief of the world. You are not free. You're not obligated to finish the work, nor are you free to abandon it. Like, it's just that dialectic there, that, like, those two things, you hold on to them, you're golden when it comes to, like, leftism and, like, moving in a moral way, right? You are not obligated to finish the work, nor are you free to abandon it. And it's just like, letting yourself be completely consumed by the grief of the world, and just, like, your Palestine activism is just almost a sort of eternal, like, paying off a blood debt for just, like, how we exist in the privileged world that benefits from the destruction of their lives. It's just not helping. Like, it helps some people, but, like, building power in this country around, like, a leftist politics and winning, and not just winning an election, I mean here, like, winning, I mean revolution, right, would dismantle Britain's reactionary imperialist power, and could have Britain even be a challenge against other capitalist states if, like, we really fucking won, like, really, really won. And, like, Spain isn't letting America use their air bases, right? To do this hideous war the last month. Britain is helping. That's a situation that could be materially changed, but we'd have to win first. It's not a thing that we can, like, we protest them and they go, oops, sorry. Like, it's a thing where we would have to, like, seize power, like, get power and hold power. Yeah, I just think that, like, there has to be some, like, leftist pride. You know? I think this is the, you know, this is the place where I'll say, like, pride is opposite, is counter to shame, is that we have an abundance of shame in the left, and it's not helping. It's useful for a limited scope of things, and there's far too much of it. And, like, pride in leftism and pride in, like, striving towards socialism and improving the world, we need that. And that's what I'm trying in all of my work to try and get across to people.
A terrifying rise in settler violence and military violence towards the Palestinians. There is no doubt, if you go there, who rules the West Bank, and it is not the PA. When Netanyahu signed a recent settlement project, a project the United States had opposed for a long time because it would effectively bisect the West Bank, making a Palestinian state physically unimaginable, Netanyahu made clear that that was exactly why he was signing it. He said, "We are going to fulfill our promise that there will be no Palestinian state. This place belongs."
Willow Treason says, another possible message from the last piece that was that learning about and learning how to oppose power structures makes you miserable, isolated, and ridiculous sounding, so you shouldn't do that. Got to promote the learning and care that makes that look as pathetic and faintly ridiculous as it is. I think that's partly propaganda in the piece, and partly them seizing onto a real thing, which is like us going about this stuff in the wrong way. This is like when I said they're running woke one. and they've got like woke one spaces and woke one events and woke one attitudes. This is what I mean. Like, this is why we should think about and discuss and popularize what's in woke 2 and how will woke 2 be different and how will woke 2 be better so that we are going to win, right? Like, we have to be here to win. You know what? Here it is. 3 years ago, I said people are going to start using the word revolution. Now, people are much more casually using the word revolution. I'm saying now people got to start using the word win. We want to win. We aren't here to just feel like shit, okay? Like, we're here to win.
To us. In the north, Israel has used the war in Iran as cover to invade Lebanon, displacing more than 1 million people. 1 million, and suggesting that up to 600,000 will not be allowed to return to their homes until Israel has established its security zone, whatever that proves to be, and that it is decided that Israelis in the north are safe. To put it bluntly, it is an open question whether any of those 600,000 Lebanese will ever be able to return to their homes, or if they will even have homes to return to.
Anti-Zionist Ezra Klein. I did not think I was going to see this. This is like, he's really pushing it. Like, he's really, like, this is good. This is good stuff from him.
I do not want to underplay what Israel is actually dealing with here. I have immense sympathy for Israel's war against Hezbollah. They are
Never mind. Fuck me, I guess. No one knows quite how to let you down like a liberal. Okay, Ezra. They created Hezbollah. Israel's unbidden aggression against Lebanon created the forces they are fighting. You have sympathy for the forces they are fighting? They made this happen. He is nonetheless a liberal. He is moving in the right direction. His egg is making sounds and wobbling a little bit, but it hasn't cracked. Folks, if you're enjoying the stream, we won't be streaming for very much longer. Please consider paying for the stream. You can subscribe or cheer or donate directly using command TIP. Anyone who is not tipped so far. Maybe some lurkers. I know there have been more people in the stream watching the whole time by quite a way than the number of people chatting. So I know you're there. Please consider paying for the stream. We are only £20 away from hitting the stream dono goal today, which helps me to be alive and would add another gaming stream to next month.
Defending themselves in a way any state would, but this again is...
It's command TIP, command exclamation point TIP.
Collective punishment. Those million Lebanese, they are not all Hezbollah. Israel's security challenges are very real. Its horror, its fear, its trauma after October 7th was very real. Its determination to make sure that never happened again is what any state and any people would do. Its right to reprisal against Hamas and Hezbollah were undeniable. I am not someone who wants to see the state of Israel cease to exist, but what Israel is choosing here, a one-state reality that already is and will continue to be understood the world over as apartheid, it endangers that state too. The cost of Israel cannot morally be the permanent subjugation of millions of Palestinians. In February, Gallup found for the first time more Americans sympathize with the Palestinians than the Israelis. Among Democrats, among young Americans, it is not even close. Israel maintains support among older Americans, and it has benefited from the advanced age of the last two presidents. Their views of Israel were forged in another time, around another Israel. American politics has not yet fully grappled with what Israel has chosen to become. So what does it mean to grapple with Israel's one-state reality? To see what Israel is now, what the West Bank is now, what Gaza is now, what Lebanon is now, without illusion. Shibli Tal...
Do you remember the exploding pages? Like, sorry, I was just thinking about this, like, how any state would react to the horrible, the horrors and the trauma of October 7th. Like, I think there are a lot of examples of states being hit in horrific ways by more powerful states such as Israel, who are their neighbors, and then the weaker state doesn't respond because they would just get hit more, you know? Like, how any state would respond, it troubles me.
Hami is the Anwar Sadat Professor for Peace and Development at the University of Maryland, College Park. Mark Lynch is the Director of the Project on Middle East Political Science at George Washington University. Lynch is the author most recently of America's Middle East, The Ruination of a Region, but together they were two of the editors on that 2023 book I mentioned, The One State Reality. As always, my email, EzraKleinShow@nytimes.com.
What if I emailed him on the email link he has just like the stream bot every week? being Ezra's biggest hater right in his inbox. I'm actually not his biggest hater by a large way, actually.
Mark Lynch, Shibli Tal-Hami, welcome to the show.
Pleasure. Thanks.
So I want to start, Mark, before October 7th. You and Shibli and a few co-authors published a book of essays in a big foreign affairs article called Israel's One-State Reality. And the argument you make is that the two-state solution is a fantasy, it's dead. That there is a reality that we are failing to apprehend in Israel, which is that there is one sovereign from the river to the sea.
No, it's just the idea of he said, my email as always, Ezra Klein Show. And I was just like, imagine if I just sent like I was grading his show, like I just sent him in like a page of notes. Oh, that would be so funny.
So I want to ask you what you were seeing that convinced you to make that argument. How did this work in your view, say, in the West Bank?
Sure. And I think it is important to kind of put this into, a bit of a trajectory historically. So, back in like the mid 90s, during the Oslo years, you actually had a situation where if you're living in Jerusalem, if you're living in Ramallah, if you're living in Nablus or Jenin, you can actually feel a state emerging around you. You can see the Palestinian legislature is actually active. They have ministries. The checkpoints are coming down. You're able to travel. If you have an olive oil business, you can actually load it into the back of a truck and sell it in Bethlehem, right? So it actually was this idea that it's not just that we were negotiating towards a two-state solution, but people could feel two states coming into existence. Fast forward 10 years after the Second Intifada. That's just not true anymore. Right now, you've got a whole range. You've got the big security wall, which is de facto a new border. You've got a whole range of checkpoints that
Million Peaches says weekly Sophie mailing list that goes directly to Ezra and only Ezra. This is interesting because I think this helps to explain what I think, as long as I've known about Israel and Palestine, I felt was clear, that the two-state idea is just enables the progression of the one genocidal colonial project, just erasing and destroying the pre-existing thing. It's just like you come in with the intention of stealing someone's house, and the first thing you do is to start saying, well, we're both here, and you weren't before. But I think, again, that's a generational thing. I think this is somewhere where that thing about like generational views that he said is true, in this regard, that like if you were born more recently, you probably have just seen more of Israel clearly being the dominant force there. But it's just like, while it wasn't clear it was the dominant force before, like this is the way that history has, like, it's not, I'm preaching to the choir at this point.
That have come into place, making it impossible to really move freely across the West Bank. Palestinian Authority has basically been destroyed and it's being rebuilt from scratch. If you're just an average Palestinian living in the West Bank, you no longer feel like you're on the path towards a state. You might follow the negotiations, but now you feel that you're living under occupation. Then fast forward another 10 years, another 15 years, and you're in a situation where nothing has happened in all of that time, which would make you believe that a two-state solution has become more likely. There's more settlements, more settlers, more settler-only roads, more repression, no elections, nothing which would make you feel like you're moving towards something else. So there is this real sense of stagnation, and we're looking at this and we're trying to understand, as political scientists, like, what is this entity? It's clearly not something on a path to two independent sovereign states. It's clearly not anything which is familiar to us as just an occupation or just a transitional phase, but it also isn't really formally yet a single Israeli state, right? It hasn't been annexed. It hasn't come fully under Israeli law. It's just this limbo which goes on forever. And so that's what we were trying to capture.
Okay, I think I might watch more of this next stream if there's not an abundance of other stuff that we want to look at, because I think this is quite interesting in terms of like the shift. I think we can see the shift here. I think like it is in line with my point that woke is back. However, I'm really fucking tired and I need to go to bed. It's now midnight, so I'm gonna go to bed. Chat, I'm gonna raid into, who should we raid into? I'm gonna raid Leaping Larry, and you all should go in there and tell Leaping Larry to come on Red Planet. Go make friends for me, please, chat. Hermeneutics, thank you so much for subscribing for 6 months in a row. Thank you so much. Chatters, you can support me anytime by checking out my links at linktree.ee/SophieFromMars, sharing my videos, sharing my articles, sharing my stuff around, saying nice things about me, saying nice things to me, supporting me financially with those links. VOD commenters, VOD watchers, have a lovely night. Well, check out the links down below. If you regularly check out my content, please support me there. I am quite poor and I really need your support. Please check out my Patreon. We're going to raid into Leaping Larry. First, everyone, we are going to do some animal noises. Everybody do your favorite animal noises. We'll get ready for the raid. What is it? Raid, Leaping, Larry, and be wonderful to one another. And think about what goes in Woke 2. Very important. I will be back tomorrow for the gaming stream, and I'll see you all there. Good night, everyone.